We now begin the opening ceremony for the International Conference of Science Technology for Sustainability 2025, hosted by Science Council of Japan and supported by Secretariat of Science, Technology, Innovation Policy, Cabinet Office, Government of Japan, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry. My name is Hiroyasu Iso. I'm the Vice President for Liaison with the Government and Society at the Science Council of Japan. I also serve as a Director of Institute of Global Health Policy Research within a Bureau of Global Health Cooperation at Japan Institute for Health Security. This is a new government institute for conquering pandemics. Okay, I'll be the MC for today's conference. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Mitsuishi Mamoru, President of the Science Council of Japan, for the opening remarks. She will present the purpose and goal of this session. Professor Mitsuishi, the floor is yours.
Minister Onoda, distinguished speakers, and esteemed guests, good morning. It is a great honor to welcome you all here today to the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability 2025. Creating a sustainable society is an extremely important global challenge, and the Science Council of Japan has been actively working towards solutions through issuing recommendations and organizing symposiums. Since 2003, the Science Council of Japan has hosted the International Conference on Science Technology for Sustainability, bringing together distinguished experts from Japan and abroad to explore solutions to global issues. This conference will address two central themes. The first is strengthening the research capacity of early career researchers who will lead the future science. The second theme is promoting international talent mobility and circulation. We have invited domestic experts as well as researchers at overseas institutions who are actively serving as principal investigators. Through keynote lectures and panel discussions, we will explore ideas and directions for solutions to these challenges. Our society is confronting numerous complex challenges, such as population decline and superaging, climate crisis, and the rapid advancement of data science, including generative AI. In order to address these issues, the creation of diverse knowledge and the social application are indispensable. To support academia as a driving force behind this effort, the Science Council of Japan published in November last year the recommendation titled Revitalizing Japan's Research Ecosystem Under Crisis, Advancing the Sustainable Future for Academia and Society. This publication aimed at restoring the sustainability of the research ecosystem. The recommendation identifies cross-disciplinary challenges such as weakening of basic funding, career insecurity, caused by the expansion of the fixed-term employment, the reduction of research time, and the aging of research infrastructure. It also proposed comprehensive measures to restore stable funding and strengthen human resources. At the same time, our approach to research evaluation must shift away from excessive reliance on quantitative indicators such as the number of publications and citation counts. It must move towards responsible evaluation that appropriately reflects the characteristics of each field and their societal impact. This is the core of the recommendation, specific measures for improving research assessment to revitalize research. Published alongside Revitalizing Japan's Research Ecosystem and the Crisis, Advancing Sustainable Future for Academia and Society, which I mentioned previously. It calls for a concrete redesign of research evaluation in line with the principles of the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment and the agreements on research assessment reform in Europe. This conference, following these two recommendations, will serve as a forum to deepen discussions with leading researchers, role models who started at the forefront of the global stage. Thus, may we accelerate efforts to strengthen research capacity and promote international brain circulation. A cycle in which young researchers can experience abroad and then share their insights domestically and internationally enhances the resilience of the research ecosystem and nurtures the seeds of original research. Today's speeches and discussions are specifically designed to embody and advance this cycle. To all participants of this conference, through dialogue and the connections we forge, let us make evaluation design an effective partner, enabling the more effective use of time and funding resources for research, as well as accelerating international exchange. Academia is a public good, and the openness of data and knowledge, responsible evaluation, and inclusive career support co-institute the foundations of the sustainable society. I sincerely hope that today's discussions will lead to concrete actions for rebuilding research capacity and accelerating brain circulation will contribute to the realization of a sustainable society, which includes circular economy, carbon neutrality, and coexistence with generative AI. Finally, allow me to conclude with an important announcement. The Science Council of Japan will embark on a new chapter as a legal entity on the 1st of October this year. With this milestone, we aspire to become one of the world's leading national academies, contributing to the advancement of science both domestically and internationally, and earning your continued understanding and trust. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Mitsuishi. You clarified the theme and goal of today's conference. Next, we have a guest speech from Onoda Kumi, Minister of State of Science Technology Policy, Cabinet Office. 小野田大臣、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
おはようございます。ご出席の皆様、日本学術会議の担当大臣の小野田公と申します。持続可能な社会のための科学と技術に関する国際会議2025の開催にあたり、一言ご挨拶を申し上げます。本日は将来の学術を担う若手研究者を中心とした研究力強化と頭脳循環を目指してをテーマとし、国内外でご活躍されている研究者の方から世界的な学術の動向を踏まえたさまざまな知見を共有いただき、社会課題の解決や持続可能なイノベーション創出について議論が行われることと伺っております。近年、国際的に優秀な研究者の獲得競争が激化しております。科学技術イノベーションを推進する上で、国内外における優秀な研究者を獲得していくことは極めて重要なことであると認識しています。政府においては昨年6月に国際頭脳循環の取り組み強化に向けて J-RISE イニシアチブを取りまとめ、我が国が研究者にとって世界で最も魅力的な国になることを目指し、取り組みを進めているところです。本会議においては、世界から優秀な人材を引きつけるための方策や、国際頭脳循環の望ましい姿などについて、活発な議論が展開されることを期待しております。また、総合科学技術イノベーション会議においても、国際競争力強化と合わせて、人材育成のための戦略的支援を進めていくこととしております。研究力強化のため、多様な科学技術人材の育成と活躍推進に加え、科学技術人材に関わる制度とシステムの改革をどのように図っていくか、そのためには何が必要とされているか、今回研究現場で活躍されている研究者の方々に意見交換をしていただくことは非常に重要なことであると考えております。本会議には、この会場とオンラインを通じて、各国地域からさまざまな学問及び活動領域の研究者の方々にご出席をいただいております。本日の会議が多様な知見や経験を共有し、課題の解決に向けた積極的な議論がなされる有意義なものとなることを期待しております。最後になりましたが、本日の会議のご盛会をお祈りいたしまして、私からのご挨拶とさせていただきます。
小野田大臣、我々、こういった我々に対する非常に力強いメッセージ、そして期待について言葉をいただきましてありがとうございました。Now, I would like to give an introduction to this conference. それでは壇上に上がりまして、まず趣旨説明、私よりアナウンスということなんですが、趣旨説明と言いましても、今、会長がほとんど趣旨を言ってくださいました。で、私がさらに追加することっていうのは本当にありませんが、基本的には我々学術会議として新しいヤングアカデミー、これ英語で読むんだった。OK. I'm going to remark my remarks and for today's conference. Two topics. One is, creativity, young academic research, early career researchers. Okay, themes. And also circulation of talent circulation and also in the worldwide. So my opinion in Japan, Ministry of Education aim to try to increasing a budget for science, but it's not sufficient, not yet sufficient yet right now. As its budget is during 20 years also the same, but costing commodity is increasing up, so essentially budget is going down by half during 20 years. That's a serious problem. And also is, young people, young researchers reluctant to go abroad because of some economic problem, because living expense is very high in abroad. So there, and also there is a sustainability for security of their position after abroad in study and going back to Japan. There's no longer has a position for continuing their research. So we need a lot of issue to solve how to continue, how to young investigator continue their works in abroad or as well as in Japan. You know, science is derived from curiosity. Curiosity is very important. And they have some curiosity, what is, they want to seek some truth. They want to new things. They want to resolve the new things. So curiosity is a first step. The next step is how to develop their curiosity and how to continue their research. And also some of the invention arise. Next step is innovation. So there's two scientists. One is involving invention. The other one is developing innovation. But both way we need a supporting system to sustainability of research. So objective in this slide, the enhance Japan international research competitiveness. This is our purpose. And also this conference showcase successful early career researchers to top global institute. Now we invite some of the researchers, leading researchers from top university and institution. So they need young investigators, early career investigators need to have a role model. Role model is very important. Share insight and stimulate the discussion. And for back to major area after EDA period, the government need modernization of science in every society. They dispatch very young person to go abroad by government. Then learn a lot of things from abroad institution, research organization. Then go back to Japan and develop their own institution and their own regulation and enhance their scientific activities. But right now, there's a fewer number of role models within Japan. But so we need to seek a role model abroad right now. This is one of practical way to pursue. And the third one is address global trend in talent circulation and fostering strategic measures in research development recruitment. So I think it's a main message from me is discuss how to preserve young investigators' curiosity, research curiosity, and continue them to continue their research activity and to make more progress their own research. And that is one of the key way to develop and advance science in Japan, also in the world, other countries. So brain circulation or talent circulation is very, very important. Okay, next one. So that is my outline. Sorry for confusing. This is my outline, and so I hope the participant discussion is very productive in this session. I'm very forward to discussion, and also this discussion summarize and then I bring to the Ministry of Education, the other part of the ministry, to discuss for the next step to develop the scientific activity in Japan. Thank you very much. それでは小野田大臣本当にありがとうございます。Please note, Minister 小野田大臣 will now be leaving. ありがとうございました。Okay, next we will have two speakers who will present about the initiative of Japanese government. First, please welcome Sakashita Shizuka, Deputy Director General, our Research Promotion Bureau, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, Japan, who will be joining us online. Mrs. Sakashita, thank you for joining us online today. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me to this international conference. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to speak here today. And due to health reasons, please allow me to give my speech online today. And please project the slide. Thank you. So next slide, please. So, fiscal year 2025 was a milestone year, marking the 30th anniversary since the Science and Technology Basic Act, which was enacted in 1995. In the 1980s, Japan placed a strong emphasis on basic research. Since then, in response to changing social and global conditions, Japan has continuously promoted science and technology to support social and economic development, public welfare, and the sustainable development of global science and society. Over the past 30 years, Japan has implemented 6 basic plans, and a draft framework on the 7th basic plan, which will begin in fiscal year 2026 this year. The first pillar emphasizes 3 key priorities. First, pioneering and leading new research fields. Second, driving the latest international research trend. And third, creating and enhancing an environment that is attractive to both domestic and international researchers as well as to the next generation. Next slide, please. This year, 2 Japanese distinguished researchers received the Nobel Prize. Professor Sakaguchi's key paper on immune mechanisms was published in Japan in 1995, the same year the Science and Technology Basic Act was enacted. This work was supported by PRESTO, a JST program launched in 1992 to support independent research by early career researchers. After returning from the United States, this program contributed to the development of his research. Professor Kitagawa's pioneering work on metal organic frameworks was first published in 1992. He demonstrated gas absorption in these materials for the first time in the world by using the large-scale synchrotron facility, Spring 8, and published a paper on it in 2002. These cases show how a strong research environment and support for young researchers in Japan have helped create new research fields that are now leading the world. Now, their research achievements have expanded into industry collaboration and startup creation with continued government support. Next slide, please. In recent years, leading research universities around the world have strengthened their research environments by using diverse funding resources, including public funding, industry partnerships, donations, and endowment management. These strong environments attract top global researchers, which in turn draw further talent, private investment, and philanthropy, creating a virtuous cycle of knowledge creation. Next slide, please. In Japan, universities are also expected to enhance their research capacity through international competition. This includes attracting world-class researchers, nurturing independent early career researchers, making bold and strategic resource allocations, reducing administrative burdens to ensure sufficient research time, and increasing the value of universities' intellectual assets. To support this effort, the government has established a system to designate universities for international research excellence. Universities with strong potential to produce globally outstanding research and significant social and economic impact receive long-term support from the government University Endowment Fund based on their strategic plans to strengthen research capacity. Next slide, please. Since April this year, Tohoku University has been designated as the first university for international research excellence and has begun implementing its institutional strengthening plan. Next slide, please. Toward the realization of a world-class research university, it is advancing various initiatives, including support for early career researchers and international brain circulation. Tohoku University has announced a plan to recruit approximately 500 outstanding researchers from around the world over 5 years, actively promoting international brain circulation. Next slide, please. The World Premier International Research Center Initiative, WPI, is a program of MEXT to strengthen Japan's role in global basic research. WPI aims to establish research hubs for international brain circulation in Japan. MEXT provides rigorously selected bottom-up basic science research centers with long-term and intensive support through competitive grants. Since its launch in 2007, WPI program has supported 18 centers across a wide range of scientific fields. They pursue world-leading science and promote international and interdisciplinary collaboration by engaging top-level PIs and researchers from overseas. WPI program has already produced lots of achievements, including a high proportion of top 10% high-impact research papers, a high ratio of internationally co-authored papers, and a strong presence of international researchers. For example, Dr. Kitagawa and Dr. Sakaguchi are also affiliated with WPI centers now. Next slide, please. Regarding Japan's research capacity, concerns have been raised about delays in engaging in new research fields and the limited internationalization of research. In addition, securing sufficient research time, especially for early career researchers, has become an urgent issue. Kakenhi, grants and aid for scientific research, supports all types of curiosity-driven research, from basic to applied research across all fields. For this reason, reform of Kakenhi is important, particularly to strengthen support for challenging, international, interdisciplinary, and innovative research with a focus on early career researchers. The supplementary budget enacted last year and the proposed government budget for fiscal year 2026 include a significant increase in Kakenhi and university management expense grants, despite a previous downward trend. Next, we'll continue to provide the necessary support to strengthen research capacity and promote brain circulation, with a focus on early career researchers who will lead the future of academia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sakashita. You mentioned a very detailed strategy for your ministry. For our next speaker, please welcome Dr. Kotani Motoko, Executive Director of Science, RIKEN, Executive Vice President at Tohoku University, Professor at the Mathematical Institute, and Principal Investigator at the Advanced Institute of Materials Research. Dr. Kotani, floor is yours.
So thank you very much for your introduction. So it is my great pleasure and honor to have this opportunity to speak as the Science and Technology Co-Advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. So I was asked to discuss the national or governmental policy and strategy regarding the international exchange and brain circulation. But as I don't hold a position to overlook the whole, the overall governmental policy, so my information in today's discussion are limited under my capacity. And also, I think my identity is a researcher, not the officials. And so from time to time, I would like to express my personal opinion as a researcher. So please allow me to do so. Okay, so probably as you agree, the world facing turning point or tipping point in history, times or era is uncertainty and unpredictable. And there are several features related with science and technology. First of all, science technology has been contributed to the human society in the long history, but recently it's become much more faster and direct to the human daily life, like AI, quantum technology, bioengineering, all those things are really the frontier or the cutting edge science and technology really gives the influence of our life. So there are high expectation and also high worries from the citizens. So we have to be responsible to these things. And also, I really hate to say so, but now geopolitical challenges come to the world, and so the increasing competition and collaboration between countries to ensure economic and national security, especially in emerging technology. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But also, on the other hand, the human face the very serious global challenges, climate change and pandemics, one of these examples, but none of these challenges cannot be tackled with a single country. So international collaboration become very important as much as ever as before. So all these three the feature now the importance of science diplomacy is increasing, and it could be very different from the science diplomacy in the past, and we really have to think about the importance and the relation between diplomacy and science. Okay, so the science diplomacy encompasses two features. One is a science for diplomacy and diplomacy of science. And so the science technology advisor and the co-advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been established in 2015 and 2019, respectively. And actually, it was the cause of the Fukushima nuclear power plant accident and a big earthquake. And we realized that such kind of emergency, we really need some advisor to the minister or policy maker. That was the origin of the establishment of advisor. As a advisor, we have three missions. One is supporting the foreign minister from the science technology perspective, and provide advice to foreign minister itself or relevant department on how you can utilize science and technology in various foreign policy making. So it's the science for diplomacy. But also reinforce the networking among science technology advisors, scientists, academia, for better international relations. So probably the last one is the most important of our mission. Okay, but of course, the solely advisor and co-advisor cannot cover all the necessary item or the scope of science diplomacy. So we established advisory board for promoting science and technology diplomacy. And for the moment, we have 22 board members. And this is a little bit too small, but if you can look into, you realize there are some individual member with specialized the knowledge, but also we invite the president of National Institute and funding agency, such as ICE, the president of ICE, and president of AMED, president of JAMSTEC and JAXA, and also the president of NIMS and NARO, and JICA. And so in this way, it's not just a discussion, but we can discuss how we can implement all this discussion in the science community, and also some action, national action. That is the motivation and purpose of this advisory board. And one of the important mission of this advisory board is to make science advice and recommendation to the foreign minister. And the advisory board submit recommendation to the foreign minister in each year. And for example, in June 22, we submit a recommendation to the minister Kamikawa at that time. And there are several things, but the most important and the one which has been realized in the national policy and strategy was establishing science and technology fellow. And so to promote science diplomacy, we really need the interaction with the local, the science community, and also policy maker in that country. So to get the information and the monitoring the latest local science and technology trend, and liaisoning between Japan and local science and technology community, including local researcher, research institute, and communicating Japan's science and technology capabilities. And so for that purpose, we established the science the technology fellow, which is very similar to scientific attaché. But most of the science attaché are delivered from the minister But this fellow is a researcher who are really working in that science community in that world. And so for the moment, it's the initiative so that we select 6 countries: India, Israel, Sweden, the UK, EU, and San Francisco. Why you say San Francisco? It's the US. But of course, there are many more important countries, and so we would like to enhance or expand this activity to communicate with local science community and also the national policy maker by using the embassy, Japanese embassy in that country. Okay, so this is maybe my personal view, but what we need to do. And of course, the first 2 items, the basic research and development and ensuring academic freedom, and also investment in human resources. Those 2 items are very important. I believe that no one would argue against that. But to do so, what we really need to do now is international talent mobility and brain circulation, and also expanding science technology network. So the Minister Onodera and also the speaker, plenary speaker just before me from MEXT already mentioned about the Science Technology Innovation Basic Plan. And I was involved in the 4th, 5th, and 6th Basic Plan as the member, executive member of Council on Science Technology Innovation. But as already explained, that every 5 years, Japan government make a basic plan for the action of 5 years. And the current one is 6th one, but the 7th one is started in the coming April, so very soon. And now the draft is already open, and it's now under the public comment. So if you are interested in to see the detail, you can go to the website so that you can put your comment on this the plan. And so there are several strategies under the basic plan, and there are 6 one listed. And so there is no English translation, official English translation now. So these are the English just unofficial, but Japanese just I copy from the draft. And so of course the revitalization of science is mentioned as the first chapter. And even the Japanese Business Federation, Keidanren, said basic science is really important. The basic science and the human resource development is the most important, which I really appreciate. But the second one and third one and 4th one, I would not, but the 5th one is most related with science diplomacy. And I think this is the first time to make the chapter devoted to science diplomacy. And so it really showed that now Japan government really think the international the network and international brain circulation is very important, and science diplomacy and diplomacy of science is really important. This really shows, and please take a look at that. Okay, so what is the situation now? So during the COVID-19, of course, the talent mobility and just scientific visit really under control. But as a trend, as you see, short-time visit has been increasing before the COVID-19. It is coming back. But on the other hand, if you look at the midterm, long-time stay, it's rather stable, or maybe I wouldn't say decrease, but it's really stable. But comparing to other country, this number is rapidly increased, but in Japan, it's really stable. So it's one of the issue we should think about. And the J-RISE initiative was mentioned as the Minister Onodera. And so Japanese government already started the initiative to strengthen the international joint research. And so important point was already identified, and to solve or to tackle these the challenges, Japanese action, maybe just objective clearly mentioned. And so again, I don't have time to read out, but for example, double the number of Japanese researchers sent abroad by 2035 is already mentioned, and J-RISE initiative has identified some the national investment, and yeah, so. And again, the World Premier Research International Research (WPI) was mentioned at the from MEX officers, and so I was the center director of one of WPI, and so the WPI was the established 2007 to have a truly international research center, and so currently there are 18 institute centers, and in my slide it says 17, and I shouldn't forget the last one because the last one was chosen from Tohoku University, and I was involved to make a presentation and a proposal, so I shouldn't. I should be more careful, but now 18 was WPI center, and the result is clear as already mentioned. The more than 40% international member in the center, and the out of international joint research. But I would like to emphasize that just to make official language English and choose the center as the strong research area in Japan, then you attract the researcher from abroad. So I never encourage the member to have international member secretary. It's just to have a researcher from all around the world. Then the number become about 40 or 50. So Japan still have the attraction to abroad. That was my own message. And so there are many national projects to make international collaboration and human exchange. And Aspire is a strategic one with top research area. And Nexus is for ASEAN countries. And SATREPS is very unique program, which is a combination of science technology and ODA. So it's a promotion of to tackle the global agenda to co-create with global South country. And actually, I'm the program director of SATREPS. And so, I have to say that Horizon Europe is now launched. Japan become associate member. And so please look at the Horizon Europe to participate in the research collaboration in European countries. So I don't have time, but the final things is that one of the initiative by Minister of Foreign Affairs is to make a PI map. And so there are many Japanese researchers who are trained in Japan, working very active in abroad. But somehow there was the disconnection of the information and network. And so who work where? And so if maybe the PI map who are working in the foreign countries would be very beneficial. That was the idea. And actually this was an initiative by San Francisco and Bay Area region. And so we thank to the significant contribution to ST, Science Technology Fellow, which I introduced earlier, and San Francisco Consulate General. And now there are 3, the project PI map already open. but there are many other under progress to make this PI map project. And so please look at the PI map, which already open. And if you would like to have a cooperation with a researcher from abroad, you can just contact through this project map. Okay, so thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for Dr. Kotani. You mentioned a comprehensive strategy of science technology diplomacy. Thank you very much. Next, we have a keynote speech from Professor Wilfred van der Wiel, full professor, University of Tennessee, co-director, University Münster. Professor van der Wiel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Also, thank you very much for the invitation from the Science Council of Japan. Very much honored, very big pleasure. Special word of thanks to Professor Kano for having us here. My name is Wilfred van der Wiel, perfectly pronounced, by the way, excellent. And I'm from the Netherlands. I'm applied physicist by training, but I have to apologize. I learned in Japan that every talk you should begin with an apology. So I apologize today. I'm not going to give a scientific talk. It's going to be a very empirical talk about science. And it's about lessons I learned or thought I've learned about spending time in Japan, in the Netherlands, and going back and forth. And Isu Sensei introduced the themes. I try to kind of connect these two. So how to stimulate early career researchers, ECRs, and also in the context of mobility. Actually, I'm on the shoulders of giants, you could say. Maybe some of you, and I know in Japan this is actually much better known than in the Netherlands, that in 1600, actually kind of by coincidence, Dutch landed in Kyushu, and finally we got assigned a very little piece of land in Deshima, in Nagasaki, for trade. So it was mainly business at the time. Dutch didn't care too much about religion, making money, so that was a safe kind of way to deal with the Dutch. But it was not just about that, it was also about exchange of information. And you see here the word rangaku, which actually literally means Dutch learning. So apart from exchanging goods, it was also about exchanging knowledge. And at that time, scholars even studied Dutch, can you imagine, to learn about science. So 400 years, I take a little jump and come to my first entry to Japan. Maybe some of you may even recognize me still. First time was more than 25 years ago at NTT Basic Research Labs, NTT Kenkyu Kaihatsu Center in Atsugi, Kanagawa. And I enjoyed it so much that I tried to come back in the years after. So working in the lab, fantastic facilities, making samples, devices, little chips, and then measuring them back in the Netherlands. So why should we care about early career researchers' mobility? Well, obviously, early career researchers, young people, are the future. So if you care about the future, we should care about them. Mobility is absolutely not an option. It's actually a must. It's a strategic necessity to make sure that you can play an important role in a global world, and especially if there's anything global, it's science. And we were just having a discussion before this meeting. You cannot become world champion in the Netherlands. You have to become global, and the same holds for any country for that matter. And what I will stress over and over again is that science and technology may sound like very abstract, dry things. It's finally all about people, trust, long-term relationships, and I hope you will see this as a red thread through my talk. So this word, jimyaku, is very, very crucial. And if there is only one thing that you should remember from my talk is work on your relationships, and they will last a long time. So here you see, keep this picture also a little bit in mind, one of the first days at NTT in front of the gate back in '99. I'll come back to this picture later on. So let's start with the main topics. What, in my humble opinion, really strengthens early career researchers? Well, maybe that's good. It's a pity the minister just left, but it's not just about funding. I understand we always want more money and it's never enough, but of course there is a bare minimum, but it's not just that. It's also a lot about creating independence at an early stage. Having the ability of strong mentorship, really people who can support you, who can guide you, who can be really be a kind of sensei, right? Going ahead of you. Of course, access to infrastructure, and you see here trying to connect my chips here in Delft in the Netherlands, and actually chips that I made here at NTT Basic Research Labs. So fantastic mentorship here from Fujisawa-san, now at Institute of Science in Tokyo, or Hirayama Sensei, he is at Tohoku University, so you may actually know, and many other good old friends. And you already see here the jimyaku and the kind of nice mixture. So human relationships and also having at a very early stage this exposure is crucial. Here we are back in Delft. You will see back and forth having a very detailed technical theoretical discussion under the guidance of Eto Sensei from Keio University. And then again talking about our work supported by a program of JST Erato, really an international program where research money can actually leave the country. So you may want to explain why should Japanese taxpayers want to pay money to foreign researchers? Well, maybe this is why. Bringing back fantastic research, collaborative research. If you look here at the names, it's a kind of alternating between European names and Japanese names. And here talking, one of my first talks at an international conference about the Kondo effect. And my Japanese was not that great, but I could already make bad jokes. Oh yeah, jigyaku. So when I talked about Kondo Koka, I said at the end of the talk, Mata Kondo, again, a Kondo story. And I liked it so much, and I enjoyed so much the depth and the climate of research and science in Japan that I decided to also do a postdoc. So all this visiting at NTT was during my PhD. I got my PhD degree from Delft, but then I moved to the Hongo campus in Tokyo, and I was fortunate enough to also join this Presto program that was already mentioned earlier this morning, the Sakigake program, again funded by JST. And I was very lucky that as a foreigner, I got this chance. I also met fantastic other people in this program that are still colleagues and friends for life. So that was also really a very important step in my career, and very much valued and appreciated. And here, maybe you remember this Mata Kondo joke. I even didn't start my official postdoc yet, but Tarucha Sensei, my supervisor, told you should come earlier because then you can join Nihon Butsuri Gakai, at the Ritsumeikan Daigaku, and lo and behold, when I gave my Kondo talk, actually Kondo Sensei himself appeared very humbly in the back of the room, and I made this picture that I was already hoping to make for a long time. Human relationships. A lot of things happen, as you know, as true Japanese, in the karaoke. And for example, here you see some footage of the Big Echo having a karaoke session with John Clark Sensei. And it actually turned out very well for him, because last year he got the Nobel Prize, not for his karaoke performance, by the way, but I think it played definitely a role. And now we make a jump in time. So I had so much received, not only funding, mentorship, international exposure. So when I was in the Netherlands at the University of Twente, I thought, okay, how can we help stimulating young researchers to go to Japan? How can we set up relations? And here is, for example, a photograph when we visited the Institute of Industrial Science of the University of Tokyo, trying to set up a framework for collaboration, especially for young researchers. And on that occasion, we also presented some tulips. So if you have a chance in spring, go have a look at Komaba campus, and maybe you can see this little field of Dutch tulips in front of the IIS. Also, we did that with NIMS, National Institute of Material Science, trying to set a program for PhD researchers who could spend up to 1 year fully supported by NIMS here in Japan. So we tried to promote that. And it was unfortunate because it was right at the start of COVID time, but we really tried to set up that mobility. So here is an example of just a couple of students I sent back to Japan as a kind of, well, maybe pay back for everything that I received. So we sent a lot of students to University of Tokyo, but also to NIMS and also to NTT Basic Research Labs. And this is not an exhaustive list. There's many more actually. And on the other hand, also we received people from Japan. But here is one maybe critical note that you can see. So we have definitely a Japanese coming, but it is very, very hard to convince Japanese to leave this beautiful island. So even we got people from Japan, you see actually they were more like international students, like Chinese or Indonesian. So please, if you have a chance, we are, I think, very friendly people, so don't be afraid. Please, as Japanese, come and visit, if only for a couple of months, our labs, because it's so rewarding, as these people can tell. So how can we use mobility to create stronger science in general? Well, as I said in the beginning, science is a global game. So it doesn't make sense to stay in your little microcosmos. You need to expand your horizons. You have to learn. It's like sports. It's an international Olympic game, if you like. You can look for complementary. Of course, we are different. We have different cultures. We have different habits. But that's exactly the thing that you are looking for. If you're always looking for your comfort zone, you don't grow. I always say, if you really want to learn, it's like sporting, it hurts. If you don't have muscle ache the next day, you didn't train hard enough. And the same is for your brain. At some moment, you should get a headache, and then you know, okay, I'm learning. Here is another kind of practical way of stimulating this. And this is an example of high level. And this is maybe another thing that I would like to stress is we have to combine kind of bottom-up approaches and top-down approaches. Bottom-up is trying to find people to collaborate with, setting up exchange. It's kind of relatively small effort. On the other hand, you need frameworks, you need support, sometimes you need a little bit of money. But again, it's not just about money, it's about setting the stage and the mindset. And this is a program supported by the Dutch government on the topic of nanotechnology. it says business, but it also incorporates science and academia and government. And we had this program where we had also the chance to exchange and have some mobility. So within this program, we had this MOU with the NIMS, which also had this this exchange of early career researchers as a part of it. You see, there is more tulips. It's always a very good way to seal the deal. An example of our pavilion here at Tokyo Tech in Odaiba, Tokyo Big Site, where actually also spin-off companies, young companies, were exposed to Japanese, other big companies or to representatives. So also a very nice way to catalyze interaction, not just in science, but also in industry. We had within our programs a lot of possibility to go back and forth and exchange. So here you see Usami-san, who is now at QTech, who spent nearly a year in Twente, and his professor always said, "You look so very happy when I see you," and that was, I think, the biggest compliment that we could get. And it was not about only happiness; it also resulted in a very nice joint publication. And here again, you see this very nice mixture of Japanese and Dutch names. Could you please remind me how much time I have left? Still 14. Oh wow! I'm always running out of time, so I'm a little bit yeah. So this is very nice, and it actually shows that only with some little lubricant, some support, you can get very nice results that pay off. And this is in a field where we not only combine cultures, but actually also different disciplines. So chemistry, physics. So it's challenging apparently, but it does work if the mindsets are aligned. And that helps, of course, if you work on your relationships, on your jimyak, on your trust and understanding. Here, maybe you remember this visiting student, also the Netherlands, and he won also an award here in Japan. Well, maybe you know that celebrating your 60th birthday is a very important thing in Japan. And you can imagine how special it was for Matsumoto Sensei from Osaka University to actually celebrate his 60th birthday in the Netherlands with us, with fireworks and everything. So I think it shows really how deep this connection and mutual respect is. We organized workshops. This is with the International Institute of Science from Tokyo University at the University of Twente. And on the other hand, during COVID time, yeah, we had to come up with different ways to deal with that. So here we had an online kind of meeting where hands were shaken through the screen. And we were amazed by the people of IAS that actually they went really by the book as it comes to tulip science. So after the blooming of the tulips, they took out the bulbs, and then in autumn they had a special event where they replanted the bulbs. They shared, of course, with us the documentation, and then in the next spring, there were again very nice blooming tulips in front of IAS. And I just skipped this, but during COVID, we maintained this relationship with an online workshop. So really trying to maintain this even in these difficult times was, I think, showing the intention that we wanted to try and achieve something. Okay. Very recently, we have been joining a so-called core-to-core program. So this is funded by the JSPS, Japanese Society for the Promotion of Science. So next to JST, also, and again, another organization that really tries to support this mobility and exchange. And it does work. It's not about research money like Erato was, for example, of JST, but it really helps to support, especially also young people, as you say. I'm not including myself for your kind information, but the real young people here to spend abroad. And these poor guys, they actually spent a little bit longer in the Netherlands than planned because they got COVID and they were not allowed to come back. But it was really the kickoff of again a long-standing program. So here we are still in this material intelligence program, this time at Kyushu University. Okay, so what mechanisms, and maybe now becomes a little bit more concrete, what could you really now do to get this kind of long-lasting interactions? And this is, again, it's not science, it's heuristics, it's based on my experience. And it is definitely a combination of bottom-up, top-down. If you only come up with MOUs and signing one agreement after the other, it doesn't work. It's just another piece of paper in the drawer, and maybe some policymaker said, well, we signed 150 MOUs, and someone else said, no, we signed 230. It's very nice maybe for the annual report, but it's not going to work if that is the only thing. So it's important to set a framework, but you also need that bottom up. So you need people in the lab, you need people working together, you need to work specifically on joint programs, and then you can benefit a lot from this top-down possibilities because they will kind of facilitate the actual things. So that combination is a very, very important one. And then, of course, you want to exchange students and staff, but it doesn't help if you just go for 2 weeks or for 1 month, because you will spend only time at airports, you will spend time at getting your visa, have your finger printed, and whatever. So I always say, come for half a year. Super scary, of course, when it's half a year in a kind of barbarian country like the Netherlands. But it only really makes sense if you have time to get into it and work on something. Otherwise, it's a lot of energy. It's also a lot of money, but it may pay off less than you hope. I will come to some advisory and mentoring in a moment, and also to joint international funding programs. But again, the Jimyaku is finally leading. So here I have the pleasure to mentoring some students at Institute of Science at Tokyo. So I have online sessions with students who join this so-called WISE program, Super Smart Society program. And we have twice a year, we have in-depth discussions, not about their detailed research, but about life, work balance, about future career, and so on. And it's very nice that Tokyo Tech facilitates that, to have international advisors and have students giving the possibility to discuss with people who are not necessarily smarter, more intelligent, but at least have some experience, and where you also can share freely the mistakes that you make. Kano Sensei said you have to really emphasize that making mistakes is part of the deal. So here it is, and making mistakes is natural, but it's good to share them with these people. Again, small critical note, most of the students I talk with, actually all, they are non-Japanese. They are maybe from China or from the Philippines or from Thailand. And it's a pity, because you are investing a lot of effort and money in these programs, which are really great. we are investing, and somehow it looks scary or too much work, or I don't know what really the reason is for the Japanese students, but I really would like to see more also students from Japan in this program. One very recent thing, actually, I'm really eagerly awaiting the outcome of this, is a joint national or international funding program set up by, again, JST and the Dutch Research Council. This is a bilateral program. I very much try to stimulate having really true research programs funded. So this is not just about mobility, this is real research money. So that means basically the Dutch part is paid by the Dutch Research Council, the Japanese part is paid by JST, but it's one coherent proposal with PhD students included, infra and so on. This is finally, I think, what you would say, the cherry on the cake, because here you're really talking about a common goal, common idea, working together, research, and if we can have more of these programs, of course, not necessarily only with the Netherlands, would be a great idea, but I think there's other great countries that you can have these programs with. That really helps, because finally you need this human glue, this shared researchers, young researchers, to hold these relations up. So maybe you remember, coming to an end, this picture where we stand in front of the gate of NTT back in '99. So really after 25 years, we met, happened to be Ottawa, but you can maybe see the striking resemblance between these guys. Also Hashimoto-san here. We actually entered the company, NTT, exactly at the same day, 1st April '99, sharing the same dormitory, sharing actually the same bathtub. So this creates really some connection, I can tell you. It's wonderful. It's actually really wonderful. You also see here Hirayama Sensei now at Tohoku. It's really wonderful to have this connection. It really feels like family. 1/4 of a century, we still know each other, we still see each other, we still have an enjoyable time. And talking about that, maybe the thing that brought me right here is the Global Young Academy, where I had the chance, the privilege to meet these fantastic people. You know Kano Sensei, and you will hear a lot more about from Kassen Sensei and also Jenkins Sensei. We just met yesterday again after nearly 15 years, and as if we actually never left the Global Young Academy. We are still global, we're still academics, maybe we're not really young anymore. With that, let me see if I can come up with some lessons. People and trust, I think like everywhere in society, really form the foundation of science. If you don't have this foundation, forget about anything else. Here it starts. It's a foundation. Mobility is a must. And really, I hope you get also this point, the balanced bottom-up and top-down approach, I think, enables impact. So for the very nice watchers, you saw this not so great calligraphy, but it was a best effort from myself, which says learn, play. So I would say combine it and explore. ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, Professor Van de Ville. You mentioned the success story of talent circulation. I think you were the one of genius to develop to proceed brain circulation. And, is a long-term relationship, trust, and friendship is very important. Thank you very much. We now open up the floor for a couple of audience questions. So please raise your hand if you have questions. For those joining us online, please send your questions in the Q&A box in the Zoom toolbar on the bottom of your screen. Please. Okay. Here? Over. Okay.
You mentioned about the Japanese people not going out really these days. I have a one scenario cases or what I heard from young people, especially for postdocs. At my age, it was a must because otherwise we can't get a job. But these days, because of the old professor retiring, so there are so many positions in Japan. So if you go out, they're gonna have a delayed, career stage that really, distract people to going out. But I also heard from maybe what Germany, you are not allowed to stay in that university where you have PhD. That kind of scheme would work to enhance mobility, I thought. Mm-hmm. Do you have any that type of systems in Netherlands or somewhere else?
Yeah, it's again very much empirical, but there is basically an unwritten rule that you have to go abroad for a postdoc. So the big advantage of the Netherlands is that it's a tiny country. So abroad is a very big place for us. But it's really a must. So I really know cases where people stayed inside the Netherlands. They're very good, very brilliant, but they had a problem to get a permanent position because they didn't have the international experience. And then finally, maybe they fix it up with some way. But it's, I think genuinely, it's not just about having the stamp in your passport. It's really also about having this exposure to other cultures. And maybe it's not necessarily positive, right? I mean, you can also learn from, okay, this is definitely not how I want to do it myself, but still having this exposure to completely other framework is super important. About your first point, yes, I heard similar things, basically boiling down to it's not advantageous to leave the country because you actually need to kind of stay close to where it's happening. And if you are out of reach, then maybe you miss kind of opportunity to get a position. So I think having there a little bit more institutionalized push to actually leave could be
mechanism to force them. I think that's something we need.
Yeah, I think so.
That's my feeling.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a good point.
Other questions from audience? Okay, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. And first of all, I would like to guarantee you that no Japanese thinks that the Netherlands is a barbarian country. Rest assured. 安心してください. Now, my question is, as you said, you are from a relatively small country, and abroad is like huge, space out there. Why did you choose to Japan, and why did you choose to come to NTT?
Yeah, this is a very good question. So thank you very much for your kind remark about my country, first of all. It's a very good question. And the reason was that actually before I went to Japan myself, we already had Japanese visitors to the Netherlands. So for example, Fujisawa sensei, who you saw, but also Tarucha sensei, they spent some time in Delft. And then finally they had to find someone who was willing to go to Japan. And it was kind of exploratory for us because many people went to maybe the US or UK or Germany or whatever. But I volunteered and said, okay, for me, this is exciting. And I already spent a lot of time together with Fujisawa-san in the lab. I learned my first Japanese word in the lab while we were at night trying to fix a chip. And then suddenly he said, "Komatta." And I thought his facial expression looked like this must be a terrible word. But I have to know what this curse word is. And then I asked, well, what did you just say? And then he said, I'm confused. And then we had to fix the wiring. So, but that planted actually the seed. And then, having the exposure during my PhD time, then it was a relatively easy choice to say, okay, I also continue my postdoc in Japan. That's why. Yes.
Next question. Other one? Okay, please.
多摩大学の、キムと申します。本学の学長、寺島実郎学長でございますが、世界認識の再構築という本を出されました。その世界認識の再構築の方法論が17世紀のオランダでございます。17世紀の17世紀のオランダの中に資本主義、民主主義、科学技術の原点があるということで、科学技術の原点を学ぶんであれば17世紀のオランダですから、オランダに行けば科学技術と資本主義と民主主義の原点を学べるというお話の仕方をされれば、世界から、若者が集まるのではないかという、アイデアのご提案をさせていただきます。17世紀のオランダを見れば、今の世界、新しい時代が見えるというふうに私は思っております。というコメントでございます。
どうもありがとうございました。Yes. Yeah, this is very, very, very kind of you to say. I wish that also today's Dutch politicians would look back a little bit better at the origin of democracy. Yes, but thank you very much.
加納先生。
So thank you so much again for coming all the way to this conference and giving you such a nice talk to cheer people up. I'm remembering you devoted yourself not only to your specialty before when you are in GYA, and devoting yourself to gives your time to science education.
Correct, yeah.
All over the world, not only in Japan. So through that experience, what would you think about the strength of the place here, and how you would be able to cheer more Japanese younger people up?
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Kano Sensei. Yeah. So I think what's really striking me, actually, I was here in Japan only last December, and there was on television a very, very detailed documentary about this metal organic framework Nobel Prize interviews. It was very detailed. I said, this kind of thing I would never ever see on the Dutch television. Maybe, luckily, if it's an item on the 8 o'clock news or so. So there is, I think, a very, very deep interest in Japanese society for this high-level performance, high-level science. Maybe not throughout society, but there is definitely eye for this. So I would very much like that at the earliest stage possible, those seeds are all already planted in young people as well. So if it's possible, I mean, such a high-level documentary, apart from the Japanese, which is much too complicated for me, it's very nice for maybe specialists, but for young kids, it's way too difficult. So maybe having either television or at primary schools, secondary schools, really planting the seeds, trying to create, first of all, awareness, but also enthusiasm for STEM or for science and technology in general, is really critical, because Japan has such an amazing track record in science and technology. Look at the Nobel Prizes. We discussed this over dinner last night. And every year, at least one or two even a Nobel Prize. It's amazing. But can you really continue that trend in the coming decades? It's about this continuation and planting the seed. And exactly the same problem is in the Netherlands. How to choose young people if there are like more easy paths around to get rich or to get famous, or just post, get 1 million followers on Instagram or so. So it's really the hard way. And getting a realistic image of what science is. So having this fantastic international exposure, going all over the world, I think many young people just simply don't know. They see in cartoons images of scientists which always look like a crazy Einstein in a white lab jacket, lab coat or something, and they think that's it. It's like kind of dusty dungeon-like lab or so. So give them the realistic picture and make it clear how nice and rewarding and enriching life it can be as a scientist. So I hope that's kind of an answer.
Okay, thank you, Professor Van de Ville. This is all time is time is running out. So we'll now move on to the next session. But there is many other questions. Maybe we'll convey to so afternoon panel discussion. Okay, now we have a keynote. Thank you very much. Now we have a keynote speech from Professor Fukami Tadashi, Stanford University. Professor Fukami, floor is yours.
皆さんおはようございます。Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here. I really like to thank the Science Council of Japan for making me part of this conference, and also everyone who's been part of organizing this conference. I know that it's a lot of work to organize conference, so I wanted to express that gratitude to everybody who is involved. Professor Van der Ville said that the proper way to start is to have apologies. I think that's probably right in Japan. I've been at Stanford University for 16 years now, and Stanford University, for those you might not know, is in California in the United States. It's in Silicon Valley. And in the Silicon Valley, where Google and all the companies are doing their work, they say that the proper way to start a speech is with a joke. And so I would say, it's probably a good thing to say that I apologize because I don't have a joke to give you. So what I wanted to do today is to have this one message, and that's it. That's the point of my talk. The message is going to be, I think that to foster future researchers who can enhance Japan's capability in research, the country should invest more in study abroad programs, particularly for high school, undergraduate, and graduate students. And so what I wanted to do is to unpack this message so that hopefully you can be convinced about this message. But before getting into that, I wanted to do a quick self-introduction just so that you know who I am. And then I'm going to, just like Professor Van der Ville, I hope I'm going to just give a personal story. So I thought it would be good to give you a little bit of the background of myself. And so I'm an ecologist, that's environmental biology. And so that's my specialty. And today, as I just already mentioned, I'm going to be speaking from my personal experience. I'm not an expert on this, how to do education. That's not my specialty. But here, I'm just giving you what I think can be good for Japan based on my personal experience. And that experience is limited to my specialty. Ecology is just one small field of biology. And so the science is much bigger than that. And so you should know that I'm just going from that small field of biological disciplines. And then also where I have lived. I lived in Japan for 24 years. I was born and raised here. I went to undergraduate school here and a master's degree also. And so I have that upbringing to be a Japanese person, but I went to graduate school in the US And also I went to Wisconsin. That's during my undergraduate school. I went to Wisconsin for exchange student program for 1 year. And I was an assistant professor for 3 years in Hawaii, and now I'm in California. I also was very fortunate to have experience to spend time in New Zealand, Aotearoa, for 3 years as a postdoctoral fellow. And I also spent a lot of time. I like the Netherlands because I have a lot of collaborators there, good people. And so I've spent maybe half a year or so. And I also spent 9 months in Denmark as my sabbatical some time ago. And I also wanted to just briefly say that I'm currently, in addition to being an ecologist at Stanford University, I've been asked to be the director for what's called Jasper Ridge Biological Preserve. That's a biological preserve, like a fuel station, as part of Stanford University. It's 20 minutes from the main campus. It's a nice place, but it's also called Ochami Oyakma. That's a new name that we have. There is a local indigenous tribal community who gave us this name in their indigenous name. So we use Ochami Oyakma as the new name or alternative name for our biological preserve, Jasper Ridge Biological Preserve. And what I'm really interested in doing is to promote this thing called two-eye seeing. That means that you use two eyes. One, you use one eye to look at nature with Western scientific approach, but you also use the other eye. Often that means that you work with other people who have the different culture. You use the other eye to look at nature with indigenous way of knowing about how to live in the world. And so, for example, few weeks ago, we had Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. That's a local indigenous group in the area where Stanford University is located. So Stanford University sits on the land of this indigenous community. It's very important to recognize that there's original people living. And so we've been trying hard to work together with this indigenous community to practice two-eye seeing. By the way, this two-eye seeing this idea comes from indigenous elders in Canada. Some of those in Canada. But we use that concept to try to combine, to use both eyes to understand nature. It's not just a Western scientific way of doing ecology, but also indigenous ways. And so, for example, about 2 weeks ago, they came and we asked them to guide us in reintroducing, revitalizing a very important part of their tradition, which is using fire for land stewardship. So the tribal members came, and Stanford students and professors and staff members, and also another tribe elsewhere in California. They came to guide us in reintroducing this use of fire to care for the land. And we think that's a good way to go into sustainability. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about sustainability now. So getting back to the message I just gave you, I'm going to use 3 things to try to convince you that we should really invest in high school, undergraduate, and graduate students for research overseas and experience in overseas. And to say that, I'm saying first that Japan actually has much to offer in sustainability research. And then second, however, doing that really takes bicultural researchers, meaning Japanese culture, but also English-speaking, the cultures that the English-speaking countries have. And then third, Japan should provide more opportunities for future researchers to become bicultural. So I go with the first point. And so just so that everyone is on the same page, I just used the definition from United Nations in 1987 to say that sustainability, the definition is the meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So that's the definition. And now everyone understands that sustainability is a really important issue, because without sustainability, humans are going to go extinct soon. And we really need that. And so Stanford is just one of the many universities who decided that we need an entire school, create a new school to dedicate ourselves and just thinking about how to be sustainable. And I learned this morning that the McGill University from Professor Riskasin, that they also just created a big unit for thinking about sustainability. So there's a big trend, of course. And within that context, what I wanted to do is talk about a little bit about culture in Japan. So I'm Japanese, I'm not Ainu or Ryukyuan, but we have different cultures in Japan. And then those cultures also often have things that are important to sustainability. For example, the animistic ideas that it's not just humans not the center of the world. We have many species living in ecosystems, and all of these species are relatives, that they are sacred, and then that's very similar to what I'm learning about Native American culture, but we also have Japanese culture very much related to that animistic kind of thinking about approaching nature, and also being thankful for ancestors, or being thankful for the abundance that we have in nature. All those things, I think I would consider that as Japanese culture. And I think these are the questions that I'm listing here are some of the important things that Japanese researchers can contribute to. For example, what's unique about these compared to cultures of English-speaking countries? And the reason I'm focused on English-speaking countries is because the language of science at the moment is, of course, English. So it's important to think about English-speaking countries in particular, and then think about different cultures. And how do these cultures of Japan and English-speaking countries coexist in Japan? And what have been the challenges in thinking about both, and then trying to do both, and what are opportunities in future, and what lessons can Japan provide other countries? When I look at US, the indigenous communities, in my opinion, have a lot of different ideas that are really similar to Japanese culture when we think about how we think about different living beings and the many things being sacred. But we have in this country a slightly different situation, and where the Japanese culture is not that oppressed. And so what we can learn from that. And so all of these, I think, can contribute to sustainability issues. But what you wonder now is why I'm talking about cultures here, because this conference is supposed to be about science and technology. Why cultures? And so I respond to that comment, to that kind of question, to say that science is a cultural product. Science is not objective. It is not objective, even though you might think so. So I have this quote that I wanted to read out because I like this so much. This paragraph in this small paper published by Ron Good and others in 2022. There's this paragraph. So let's talk about what science is really about. Just to get back to the very basics. What this is that the definition of science varies between dictionaries and institutions, but at its most basic, science is considered to be knowledge about or study of the natural world based on facts learned through experiments or observations. So just the definition, the dictionary definition. And then they say, every culture and society has science and a culturally appropriate way to understand and communicate knowledge about the world around it. And then they say, so why has it long been assumed that the only valid science is the body of knowledge and institutionalized practices created by historically male-dominated scientific practitioners descendant from Western school of thought? That's just one kind of science. And so all scientific knowledge is a cultural product, inherently biased by the minds that produced it, and born of the process of science, which no culture owns. And so I think I just wanted to read this paragraph just to help us remember that the science is culture. And so when we have Japanese culture, we want to incorporate that because it is science. The culture is science. And so now I wanted to say why it's important to think about bicultural researchers. And so, as we all know, if you're Japanese, you know too well that the English is so difficult to learn because English differs so greatly from Japanese. And so this is just, for those of you who don't read Japanese here, this is just a very popular, famous manga saying that everyone suffers from having to write in English, and if you are researchers in Japan. And then one thing that I don't think is appreciated so much is that if you want to be a good researcher, because English is the science of language of science, and because science is culture, you have to truly know the culture of the English-speaking countries to speak to appeal to this audience, international audience using English. And then so, as I already mentioned, Japanese is so different from English, and you can actually quantify the distance. I think there are different ways. I'm not expert on this, but I think there are different ways of quantifying how different languages are to English. That's what we see in the x-axis here. And so, for example, Danish and Sweden and Dutch, those are actually turned out to be actually relatively very similar to English. And then we have German, a little bit more distance, Italian, French, Croatian, Spanish, Portuguese, and then all the way down, Japanese is just farthest from English. So this, to me, interacting with many collaborators over the years, internationally, this makes very much intuitive sense. I think everybody in Denmark is very fluent in English. And I was very impressed by that, but maybe because their language is so similar to English. And then we have Japanese. And then when we think about how that affects the research performance, this paper that I just found recently shows that as expected, there is this negative relationship. The y-axis is difficult to quantify, so there is some question you can raise about whether this y-axis, research performance, this is actually based on papers and which journal the papers are produced. That's not really, everyone knows that's not a good way of evaluating the scientific quality, but in any case, we have this expected negative relationship. But what I wanted to point out here is that maybe being so different culturally, and in terms of language is part of culture, being so different from English, which is the main language of science, also provides some opportunities. Japanese culture is so different from English cultures of English-speaking countries. And so I turn back to the indigenous communities in the US, and I think we can get inspiration. For example, Robin Kimmerer is an ecologist. She has PhD in a very good school, maybe one of the best school in botany, University of Wisconsin. So she did her PhD, she's an ecologist studying plants, but also at the same time, she has indigenous upbringing from the upstate New York. And she wrote this book called Braiding Sweetgrass. Some of you may know because it's also translated in Japanese. And what she did was she brought her two cultures at the same time as one culture, which is the Western scientific culture, being trained as a biologist, but also her upbringing as an indigenous person to write this really beautiful book saying that why indigenous science is so important in thinking about sustainability and why that can intersect with Western science. And then over 10 or 12 years old, it became the very famous book. And I think of this as I read this book, and I think of this as just as important as Origin of Species or Silent Spring. So I'm just giving you some example of how bicultural researchers can make a big difference. I have two more people to highlight. One is Ron Good, who is in California. This is actually the chairman of the tribe who came to Stanford University for this traditional fire revitalization. But he's also an author. And the paragraph that I read it comes from this little paper in the Journal of California and Great Basin Anthropology. But he also has the same ability of speaking to us who is familiar with the Western scientific way of understanding nature, but also use English to explain why indigenous wisdom is so important. I wanted to also highlight Lara Jacobs. I never met her yet, but Lara Jacobs is somebody who just recently edited this book. And this book is really interesting because what she decided to do, she's also an indigenous person, but also an environmental scientist. She brought together early career researchers. She wanted to for this book exclusively by early career researchers and also 100% indigenous scholars. So she had these about 40 people getting together to edit this book. And this is another example of how the bicultural researchers can make a unique contribution. And so getting back to Japan, what I wanted to now say is that Japan should provide more opportunities for future researchers to become bicultural, because what you need to do is for Japan to contribute internationally. I think one way, it's not the only way, but I think one important way is for Japanese researchers to be able to write and speak in English in a way that's really appealing and very natural for English-speaking people. So to do that, the problem here at the moment is that there are not many researchers who are bicultural in Japanese and English. And I think that we need to support more overseas experience, particularly for young people, really young people, because that's the most effective, you could argue, the only way to become bicultural. Having Japanese as their own culture, but at the same time, have the lived experience of being in English-speaking countries. And another point I wanted to make is that I think we've already been discussing about why so few young people from Japan are interested in going overseas. I think one way, and I think there was a discussion of role models as well. I think that what we need is this breaks the cycle. I think we are kind of stuck because it's not a common thing for going overseas. And what we need is a critical mass, the enough number of people who are actually bicultural to really be able to explain to others why that's an interesting thing, an enjoyable thing, an important thing. And so my proposal is, I think that we should provide more study abroad programs for high school, undergraduate, and graduate students. And I have 2 points to make. I hope that this is not going to be misunderstood. Postdocs going to overseas, that's really valuable, of course. We should continue that. And then they have their own way of being good researchers, contributing internationally. But I think they're just too old now. Because they have done PhD, and so they have grown up as a researcher, and so they're too old to be flexible enough to resolve other kinds of culture. And so that's why I think that it's very important to target younger people, but at the same time, not too young. And so, for example, we have returnees, Kikoku Shijo, and international school students. They can make so important, really valuable contribution as well. So I'm not saying that these people are not important or valuable, but I wanted to say is that many of these people who spend a lot of time growing up in other countries, they have that culture, and they cannot be bicultural. They don't have the Japanese culture as part of their upbringing. That's what we need to think about, why cultures in Japan can contribute to sustainability. And then one more quick thing before I get to the end is just a side story. I think that the reason why the gender equality is so bad in Japan is because this is a different culture. You have to go to Iceland, Norway, Finland, New Zealand, those countries. They're not perfect either, but they're much better than Japan. And it's part of culture. You have to live there and watch the man doing kitchen things and then just talking to them and how the different people of different genders interact and then be part of that culture. Without that, you can't really, you can read about it, but you cannot understand it. And so that's another reason why you need to be bicultural. And so I've talked about this now, and I just get back to this main message to say that I think that the high school, undergraduate, graduate students are really important to think about overseas experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Fukami, as you were emphasizing biculture and you also address early career development from high school, undergraduate, and graduate students. Thank you very much. Now we will open up the floor for new audience questions. So please raise your hand if you have a question. For those joining us online, please feel free to send your message in the Q&A box in the Zoom toolbar on the bottom of your screen. Please. Anyone? Okay, over there.
Thank you very much for the great talk. It's not the real question, but I just want to have a comment because I totally agree with you that I think it's really important to give some like fellowships or money for the graduate students or undergrad students, for example. Because when I talk to people in the Japan, like university students really want to go to abroad. I really want to see their opinions. But after they got the after they got PhD, they tend to not to go to the abroad, US or like Europe. So I just want to comment. So I really agree with you. So like graduate students or undergrads, so they definitely want to support to go to abroad. So I was looking for the fellowship or something, but I couldn't find many things. So, yep.
Okay, thank you so much for that comment.
Okay, please.
Arigato. Fukami-sensei, I think this was a very interesting talk, and I think you're very right. I had never thought about this before. I think given the 200 years of British Raj in India, has developed a biculturalism in India that has contributed significantly to India's success. And it's true that our personalities are different when we are talking in traditional languages and behaving in very traditional ways. It's much closer to Japanese culture, while when we speak in English, we are much more oriented towards the West. And I think this plays a role in what you're expressing here. I think you're right that it needs to be at a very early age. I'm reminded of a Japanese friend who was born and brought up in America, but her parents sent her to Japanese school. And when she speaks Japanese versus when she speaks American, her personality is completely different. And I think that can only happen at an early age. And I think one of the challenges between Westerners understanding Japanese and Japanese understanding English is actually not just the language, but the body language. So often you speak the language well, but the way the body language of Westerners is quite different from the Japanese, and then you don't understand what's going on. So this was a very, very interesting talk, a research topic on its own, actually. Might I add one point with the potential breakdown of the world order that's coming up? If for Japan's future, you might want to develop bicultural citizens, not just with the West, but with other parts of the world as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting comments. Yes, I think as I mentioned, that I focused on English-speaking countries, the culture there, because at the moment the English is the main common language of science. But I think you're right that the bicultural and multicultural, we shouldn't be limited to just English-speaking countries. And one thing I wanted to mention, just briefly, sorry, is that it's interesting that the School of Sustainability that Stanford created 4 years ago, so the head, the dean, the head of that sustainability school is from India, somebody from India, Arun Majumdar, and I'm a big fan of him because he understands. I think partly because of his upbringing in India, I think he really understands this multicultural, the significance. And so for example, he decided that we need somebody, indigenous person, being a professor. So I'm sharing the search for a new professor who, because he thought that would be a good thing to do. So it's a good investment that he's having.
Okay, another questions from audience outside? Okay. Please.
Thank you very much for very stimulating talk. This is the first time I've heard about this bicultural science idea, and so your concrete examples were, for me, were not enough. Would you mind giving some more concrete example, preferably, if you have anything like a Japanese culture, I would prefer that. But just to give us a deeper and better understanding of this bicultural idea. Would you?
Yes, I think that for example, in ecology, just like other fields, we try to be reductionist. And so we want to understand how ecological communities with different species develop over time. So that's my specialty actually. But we have a really hard time doing that because it's reductionism that we are dealing with. It's a powerful thing, the Western scientific approach, of course. We don't want to give up on that. But the ecologists have a hard time thinking about it. It's very good we're very good at thinking about one single species and how populations fluctuate over time and so on. And we also are really good at thinking about two species and then how they interact, predator-prey and interactions, for example, plant-pollinator interactions. And three species, it's still somewhat manageable, but as you get into 4 and 5 species, we give up because it just gets too complicated. And then the next approach is to say that we just have a statistical properties of all 50 species or 100 species. And that's manageable because we can think about midfield theory and then think about the entirety of the ecosystem as one variable. But in Japan, I think it's a different way of understanding nature. It's about feeling, and it's about how the humans are part of the landscape. And then that's, I cannot really explain precisely, but I think it's a different way. I think that a lot of people have already discussed and studied how Western and Eastern way of understanding nature is different. But I think that ecology is one good example. But maybe it is not specific enough for it to be helpful.
Have you heard about Richard Nisbet's work? He's a very famous social psychologist, and he thinks that the Western cognition is very category-oriented, but Eastern cognition is very relational-oriented. So from that, I think this can be used to understand better, and relational understanding is more holistic rather than reductionism. So that might, he has a very easy to read book on this. So that might help this research.
Yeah, thank you. That seems like a good book to read.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question on site? Okay, which one is first? Okay, over there.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk. I totally agree with the importance of studying abroad, especially for younger generation. But as a middle career researcher, the situation feels quite different. I am economist based in Japan, and I have family here, but I also want to feel like studying abroad more or connect other researcher in abroad. So if you have any good advice, I would really appreciate your opinion how mid-career researcher can realistically pursue international research opportunities.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that I hope I made it clear that being bicultural is not the only way to make good contribution. Of course, I'm just saying that having more researchers for bicultural can be one thing that there's a lot of potential. But even if you are mid-career researcher, there are, of course, a lot of ways to start international collaboration. And I really liked Professor Van der Veel's point that this is the human relationship is really what's needed, the bottom-up approach. And it's about the individuals interacting and having the friendship and then collaboration. That's really resonated with my experience. And so I don't think it's never too late, of course. Your age and your career stage doesn't matter. You can always start. And then I think that I think that maybe if the Japanese government spend more money supporting mid-career researchers, having a sabbatical, for example, in the United States, we have, you might know that there's a system, the program called sabbatical, where roughly about once in 7 or 8 years, you are allowed to go anywhere and then free from your duties at your home institution for teaching and administrative work to start new things. And so that's part of the American university system and something like that. I think that some Japanese universities also have that, some private universities, but if we can have more in Japan, maybe that's one concrete way for the country to support more mid-career, late career people to start international collaboration. So it's not really a suggestion for you, but it's about for the country.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Kotani-sensei, your question?
Yeah, I just cannot help taking this opportunity to announce the webinar on women in science organization, as you just mentioned about gender issue. So tonight, there will be a webinar on women in the science and organized by SCGS, Standing Committee of Gender in Science, cooperate with IAP and ISC. So registration is still open, and so if you would like to if you are interested, you can just register. But unfortunately, it starts 11 at night. And so.
Thank you. And one question, one very simple question from online is many people think as AI translate English to Japanese and vice versa simultaneously. Why not need to go abroad to developing a bicultural experience?
I have become numb about AI. I'm just so scary, AI. And so I've kind of...
But many people say is, English performance is not necessary because we have a machine translation developed so rapidly. So there so many people is a communication between Japanese and foreigners is not a problem anymore, no longer a problem because of simultaneous translation. So what's your opinion?
That's a great question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is probably my expertise, so I would like to. I'm a behavioral economist and studies culture. So in order to be bicultural, actually language is extremely important. When we think in English and when we think in Japanese, actually we have very different thinkings. So for example, English is noun-based. So I tend to be very category-oriented when I think in English. So actually, when I want to make contributions to like more Western science, I try to think in English. While I want to be more holistic and relational, I'd rather think in Japanese. So because I can do 2 languages, unfortunately I cannot do more than 2 languages, but 2 languages are extremely important for my research because I'm an expert in culture and economics.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was so helpful. Thank you so much for answering.
So AI translation is not enough to cultivate it by culture, not enough to pursue scientific activity, not enough to develop trust, friendship. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm to say it's running out of time. So thank you, Professor Fukami. It's a very great talk, and we have to conclude this session. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back after a lunch break to have afternoon session in which we will be following up the two excellent plenary talks as well as the introduction about the scope of today's program and today and tomorrow's program. So my name is Kaoru Kitajima. I'm a professor at the Kyoto University, Japan. My own field is ecology, plant ecology. I'm a member of the Graduate School of Agriculture and also a member of the Science Council of Japan. So I am very happy to moderate, and because we have three excellent speakers first, and four excellent lectures. Two of them will be online, but then we will have a 2-hour panel discussion. Hopefully dynamic question and answer and, expression of some thoughts. Can you go to the next one? So I have 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes now to explain the scope of the panel discussion 1. I want to start with very famous quote in Japan, "Boys be ambitious, like this old man." This was statement by William Smith Clark in 1877. He was a professor, one of the very first non-Japanese professors in Japan at the time. Now, of course, we have men and women as young scientists of different background. So I would like to revise it as guys be ambitious. Guys in American English means both men and women. So guys be ambitious like some of us. And I think today in the morning we have some excellent plenary speakers who spoke some of this. But I think if I paraphrase the scope of our two-day meeting, it's how not to be big fish in a small pond, whether it's Japan or Netherlands. Some of us have made effort not to be small fish because there is a big ocean. But it's a scary big ocean, as some of us expressed this morning, especially for young people. There may be big fish to eat me. Well, but out there are excellent mentors who might really change your career. I myself had such an unfortunate experience. I lived in Japan till I was 22. And at that time, I had an opportunity, amazing opportunity to apply for a fellowship to study for 1 year. This is no longer available Sankei scholarship that was for privately funded by Japanese corporations to send undergraduate students to US, France, Germany. The program finished after 1 year when I was very lucky and fortunate to go to the US. So because I was a senior, 4th year undergraduate student, I was told I could go to graduate school. Support is for 1 year only. 2nd year and after, if you can manage financially, go for it. So I went for it. So that's a big jump. But at the time, I can relate to some of the comments this morning that bicultural, I was aware reading English primary literature for my own undergraduate thesis work and translating and discussing Japanese. I felt I was missing something. So my youthful curiosity, what is it like to read in English, explain English, talk in English, and think in English? So that was when I was 22. I ended up staying in the US for 29 years. And then I came back to Japan. The main reason? Because my mother was old and she needed help. Personal reasons are also important. So in the panel discussion this afternoon, I hope we're able to address how we scientists can manage our life, career, life events, and succeed. Otherwise, we end up with wasting some of the excellent talents. So that's the scope. how can we be ambitious, but actually how to achieve? For that, I would like to have a chance for us to have a discussion, and hopefully the 4 lectures to follow will be giving you excellent ideas. So the first of the presenters will be Professor Fumiko Hamada, and I think I would like to introduce her after going back to my own seat. Okay, so let me see. Actually, let me just finish introducing her. You can switch to Dr. Hamada's presentation. Do I go here? Here I can see it. Okay. So I think the screen will switch. So Professor Hamada is currently at the UC Davis, and she will be talking early career research success, grant access, and dual career support. So some of the necessary nuts and bolts to support the career of, ambitious young researcher. So Professor Hamada, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for Kaoru Kitajima Sensei to give us fantastic introductions for this workshop. And I also thank you for everyone for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to talk today. I'm actually very, very excited to be here to give a talk, especially based on my experience, based on my career. So today I'm going to talk about early career research success, grant access, and then dual career support, and especially, So before I'm going to talk about the topic, I just want to introduce myself. So who is me? So here's my life. I have doing research and teaching. Here's I'm kind of bagging the science, bagging my students, and here's my teaching. So this is my life. Maybe should I? Yeah, this is my life. So here's my lab, and I have postdoc and graduate students and junior specialists. And my research is focusing on how and why do we sleep. And especially focusing on how the animals behave, and also especially focusing on neuron in the brain. So how the molecular network and molecular mechanisms regulate the sleep. And especially if you think about this sleep, so you wake up during the day and you sleep during the night, which is all controlled by the circadian clock. That's our focusing subject. The circadian clock is regulated so many stuff, such as our behaviors or physiology or so many stuff. So if you think about what is a circadian clock, you can think about if you go to abroad, you feel really dizzy or sleepy. So in California time is 2 p.m. means Tokyo time is 6 a.m. So because we have, it's called jet lag, it's the jisaboke. It is because the clock, circadian clock in the brain, in our body, is different from the environmental clock, environmental time. So that's why we feel really dizzy or sleep. So that's our questions. Circadian clock is one of our questions. So I also teach in the Davis UCD, and the subject is human physiology. For example, how the brain works, or how we can hear the sounds, how we can see the visions, that kind of stuff, and also how the muscle work. All human physiology that I'm to the teaching. And it's about 500 students, and it's one of the intensive class in my UCD. So most of biology people in a UCD have to take that class. And the other class is I'm teaching is like more senior, more target more senior peoples, and focusing on like neural mechanisms of behaviors and how does brain control behavior in how whole animals. And then I focusing on several techniques to show about like how we can measure like the behavioral phenotypes, for example. So this is pretty much I'm doing in the research in my lab, but I just wanna change the topic that's for the today's talk. So when I was invited to give a talk here, I was really excited about. It is because one of the big reasons is 20 years ago, I left this country because I was super disappointed for the future science because I am a woman. Because I was the third person to get PhD in my department in my school. So third women's actually. So this is very strange, right? And also my department, there's no women's professors. So that's why I thought it's like, it's harder for women to live in Japanese science. That's what I thought at the time. And I really, at the time, it was like more, the idea is like men is better than women's idea, which I didn't like it. So I didn't want to have the different cultures. And I want to introduce this one because me and husbands are both scientists. And I really want to find the great opportunity. So that's why for this called dual career scientist. So that's why I seek to find more better opportunity in the US. And the last one is I really want to be a great scientist, independent, impactful scientist. So that's why I decided to focus on the US. So today I really focus on dual career scientist and also in the impactful scientist today. It is because I do think, if I think about what is the important things for me to help my career, one is the robust dual career support from the US. And I think it's like one of the great opportunities that get the grant, even in this very young scientist. So that's two things. Probably I do think it's much less opportunity probably in Japan, I think. So that's why I want to talk about two topics today. So the first thing is I want to introduce the dual career journey for me and also husbands. Let me introduce my husband. So he also, Satoshi Namikawa, he is also the professor at the UC Davis. His interest is the sperm and egg, how like gene regulations control the sperm egg, which is the origins of the life. But you may realize me and husbands are focusing on completely different things, but how we can get try to do in a dual career journey so far. So I'm in the department of neurobiology, physiology department, and he is microbiology and molecular genetics department. So we are now in the UCD. So how we got there? So we are both graduate from the same school and same lab, and we wanted to go to abroad as a postdoc because of the reason that I mentioned. And the first thing is we chose the 3 cities, Boston, California, Texas, because the 3 cities has a much more opportunity for the dual couple because there are more laboratory. So which means we can get the lab nearby. We can get the lab nearby. So we apply for 50 and 100 applications. And then because the scientists' interests are different, we aim to find the different lab in the same area. So we ended up to get in the Boston. So I was in the Harvard Medical Schools, and I switched the subjects and went to MIT and Brandeis University. So some of you may not know about Brandeis University. So it's a very prestigious school, and 2 of the faculty recently won the Nobel Prize. So Satoshi, on the other hand, he was in the lab at Harvard Medical School in MGH, it's a Mass General Hospital. So we were for 5 years, and then we wanted to be a professors So we want to have a lot of like job applications. The first goal to become a PI, then aim to have a 2 independent lab. So because, like it's hard, so we apply for 50 and 100 applications because in 2009, it was a Lehman shock or something. It's a less opportunity. And especially I have to say like in California, there's no lab, there are no opening. So that's why we have to apply so many things. But one thing that I have to mention, so we are 2 bodies. So what is the 2 bodies problem? So what is the 2 bodies problem? Because husband and wife teams are the scientists, and they are harder to find the job in the same city or near institute, near the similar locations. So academic couple often struggle to establish 2 independent labs in the same areas. Why? It's because most institutions usually have only 1 positions, and hiring 2 people is super expensive. So it's very hard for 2 bodies. It's called 2 bodies problem. So this is our strategy to get the job for the early dual career couples. The good thing, so we have opportunity to get the 2 positions, maybe in the same area or same locations nearby. And the bad thing is if one of them get the position, but maybe the other one. So like if wife get the positions, but husband may lose the opportunity because 2 bodies, because institution may not be able to have enough money for like help the 2 people. So that is why our strategy was really careful to tell the institutions like when we have to tell that we are the couples. So if it is too early, it is harder to find the, it's like often like institution may reject them because they already knew we are a couple and they don't want to give the 2 positions. But if it's too late, they don't have an opportunity to give the 2 positions at the same time. So, but it turns out we apply for many locations and then we went to several interviews. And then finally we got one of the institutions, which is Cincinnati. So they gave us 2 positions, 2 startup and 2 lab space at the same time. So here is the Cincinnati Children's Hospitals, and I was in the ophthalmology department, and he was in the reproductive science department. So, but it turns out it's interesting here, because after we get in the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, I realized, because my department, most of them are couples. So in the 5 faculty, so 2 of them are couples. So what that means? So in the institution see a dual career couples as both opportunity and challenge. So what they think, so they have a better chance to get the great people. So like, for example, for like the 36% of peoples are the dual career couples. So many of them are really interesting to find the job as a double, like dual couples, dual career. And if they open 1 position, so they can have like better chance to get the 2 good peoples. So this is the institution's like advantage, that's they think. But of course I have to think about, it's 2 people is expensive, it's really harder to prepare for the applications, and then it's very expensive, right? So, and also like once they find department, so it's harder to have them to find both people. So like, for example, wife and the husband has to find the space or lab, which is like different locations or different like subject, for example. Like, for example, different department, for example. It's sometimes harder to find. Okay, so, but then we ended up to get in the Cincinnati Children's Hospitals, and I had a lab there, then I have the very fantastic peoples, and then I have a baby for twin boys in 2013. So at the time, I realized like in Cincinnati, I don't think it's not general, but like in general, it's like in the middle of the U.S., they are more like less diversity, so more coast side have more diversity, and also like the coast side has in general has better science, like more opportunity for the science compared to in the mid U.S. So I really want to raise my kids. It's more like diversity, like more diverse environment. So that's why we decided to move from Cincinnati to look for another positions. And also really interesting to find a better science environment as well. So after Cincinnati, we ended up to get in UC Davis. So they also gave us 2 positions and 2 lab space, 2 startup at the same time. So where we are right now. So this is my story, but I just want to let you know what happened in the US comparing to Japan. So here's a history of dual carrier support program in the US. So 1970, so it was really bad because they tried to not to hire women because of that dual carrier. In 1990, so they realized, oh, dual carrier program is really important. So some people start saying about, oh, this is really important. In 2008, this is 2000, and then they start showing about research, what the benefit for doing the dual carrier peoples. And then 2008, they have very fantastic science that result is show up. So that's what I'm gonna introduce today. In 2008, so about 20 years ago. So here is the book. I think it's research showing about dual carrier academic couples. So what university needs to know from Michelle's Clayman Institution for Gender Research in Stanford. So I'm gonna show you, give you several questions. So what do you think? So what % of a full-time faculty are in dual income household in 2008 in the US? So what do you think? Do you think it's 5%? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The answer is 70%. So 72% of faculty are in dual income household at the time. So what about, how much % of peoples at the time is works as in academia? What do you think? 5%, 10%, 36%, 50%, 72%. Okay, so 36% of people it works as the academia. The couple is academia. So like I'm saying, like wife and husband teams are both academia. It's almost 36%. So at the time in 2008, what % to get the dual carrier couples, dual carrier? So it is only 10% at the time. But this is 20 years ago, right? All right. So since then, so there are lots of opportunities come out, and now is 2010. There are many universities have lots of opportunity for the dual carrier programs, and you can see. So 2020, so there are lots of university. So has a lots of the dual carrier support is now widely expected. So it's always have it. So when I just Google it, so here you can see lots of university has a dual carrier program. So almost all university. But I should say not always work, because we have to think about the money or like some strategic plan or something. But at least I could say, and they try to help the dual carrier people. I think this is important. So here is comparison between US and Japan. So US is, as I told you, double dual carrier program. And in 2008, so 72% of the full-time faculty are dual incomes, and 36% are dual carrier couple in academia. What do you think about in Japan? I believe dual carrier hiring is less common here. And here is the data showing about 70% people are dual couple. your income. So which is very similar, right here and here, although this is 20 years ago. But I also find very interesting research showing about the how much % of the women live with a spouse, live with men. So you can see here that living apart from spouse, males is about 30%, but females 50%. So which means like 50% of women scientists live apart from their husband in 2017. So you can see here is like, it means 50% of women scientists live apart from their husbands. So which means it's probably harder for the women because most of the research couples are relatively likely to live apart graphically. So I think this is the happening in Japan's like science. So that's why I think is I want to propose maybe it's a time to consider the dual career program in Japan. So that's, I think that will help for younger scientists to think about more like better science in the futures. Okay, so I just want to switch gear a little bit, talking about access grants and fundings. So I'm going to talk about opportunity in early career stage. So I just want to talk about like how much we in the US people have the grants. So we do have federal grants. It's NIH and NSF. It's both senior and young researcher. So what that means is the young researcher is almost have very similar opportunity as a senior. So it's about 200,000 per year. So it is from the NIH. And it's about 1 million per 5 years. So it is a little bit different. It's not really standardized money value. But I just want to say for us, it's a little bit different things compared to here. So for the grant money, it's used for not only for the equipment or like consumable, but we have to pay the grants for the personal. Like for example, I showed you a picture of my lab. I have postdocs and 2 graduate students and technicians, and I have to pay the salary for the graduate students using my grants money, and also I have to pay my salary from the grants, especially for like in university, like 30 to 50%, and research institutions about 50 to 70%. So that's a little bit different situation. But I just want to say that here is a senior and a young researcher has a very similar amount of money so even they are younger researcher, they have an opportunity to get the money, same as a senior. And especially for NIH, so they showed a real advantage for the science, for the early career peoples, and especially for the early career people, they can get better favorite score, which means it's much easier to get the grants. And then NIH will support the independent for the younger scientists. So that's why like younger scientists is much easier to get the grants in the beginning. And I also say they do have a private grants. So this is for only younger researcher only. So you can see the number of the amount, so which is pretty good. So based on that, I do think it's maybe if the Japanese researcher has more larger grants or more funding opportunity, that may help for them to show like better science in the future. But I think I don't think it's a Japan's scientists is really like disadvantage, but they do have very, very great advantage, I do think. So what advantage do Japanese young scientists have, but we Americans don't have? So I got the opportunity to get the press, which is Sakigake, in 2010. So at the time, I was really surprised and was very impressed by the system in the Sakigake system. It is because the group often meet each other like every 6 months. And the good thing is senior scientists and younger scientists often discussing about lots of science each other. So which is good because the young scientists get the advice from seniors, And on the other hand, the young researchers also have a connection with other people. So like, it's very good things, I think. And the last thing I want to emphasize, this system taught senior and young scientists together discuss about many science or whatever. So we don't have that kind of systems. I think in Japan, that geographically it's possible to do that. I think this is really, I was really impressed, and I really wish we could have that kind of system. But I think it's always better for the younger scientists to get the opinions from the senior. But that exists here in Japan. So I really I really want to be like that. Okay, so today I told you, especially focusing on the dual carrier partner systems, and also the possibility of the major grant, even in a science in early career. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamada. And I think we have like up to 5 minutes for questions. Anyone from the audience here? Please raise hand. There is one question from online, and then the question came in Japanese. So I will read in Japanese, but translate to English. トランプ政権で LGBTQ がかなり攻撃されているデュアルキャリア支援も影響を受けているのではないか。Under the Trump administration, some of the LGBTQ programs have been under attack. Do you think that might be influencing the dual carrier programs at universities as well?
Yeah, I think it's very, very great questions, and especially for the Trump, for the government. So it's a little bit harder situations in the US. But I'm in California, so the California is not really doing that way. So for example, for LGBTQ, so in the US, in the California, so everyone is like equal. The idea is penetrated very well. And I just want to say, for example, the last time in my department hired the dual carrier couples, so they are LGBTQ. So even that they don't, it's like real marriage, but as long as they are couple as even LGBTQ, so they are hired. So I think it's like in the US it's problem, but especially in California it's okay right now.
That's right. Thank you very much. Because the state governments and universities have certain academic independence, federal influence is big, but states' independence as well as the academic independence do help this sort of shelter the university programs to have a direct impact from the governmental policies. That's a good point. Anyone else? So may I ask a question since there is no question in hand? Okay. There is actually a question coming online. So the question is, well, I think you mentioned that in Japan, many, especially female researchers, live apart. So-called single assignment, 単身赴任, is very common in Japan. And so the question is like, you as a dual carrier couple applied to 50 to 100 applications before you got 2 positions at the same institution. But is it common in the US that people just keep challenging and to really find opportunity to live close by?
Yeah, I think it's in the US, so they probably think it's they live together. So that's I think it's like probably cultural differences. But in US, people don't think about to live separate, probably. And especially like I said, the 50 and 100 application that I did in the beginning, but after I applied for Cincinnati to University of California, I only did 20 applications because we sell as a couples. So we sell the couples to apply for the each university. So it's a very different strategy that I took. Yeah.
Very good. So I actually have one related question. One thing is, we know when a couple have two positions, not every couple is equally successful. Husband and wife may have different, success as university or researcher, university, faculty or researcher. And in that case, one may fail to get a tenure and then they may have to leave again. But I feel like that's just a challenge in life and people move on to look for alternative. But in Japan, I think there is this fear of failing to lose the position. Any comment on this cultural difference?
Yeah, I think it's like one thing is like if the two bodies issues, but two people is not the exact same quality or careers, but even like one of them is really good, but the other one is not good or something like that. But this is case by case. Some people, sometimes like institution give two positions at a time, or they think it's not good enough and they don't give the two positions. So it's all very case by case. But I just want to say they have some program to try to help for the dual careers. Yep.
Thank you very much. So flexibility is important for whatever the method to look for the best talent and to promote. Someone has one question, please. Microphone, please. This will be the last question.
Thank you, Hamada-sensei. I was just curious, you emphasized during your talk about you and your husband being in different areas. Is it common that some of the dual career applicants in the US are in the same field, and how do the US universities handle that?
Yeah, this is a good question because I didn't include that fact because before me, maybe before me 5 years ago something, if the husband and wife are the same research subject, they often get in the same positions, like just only getting one lab and one space and one startup money. So they are coupled as a one team or something. So it was happened like before, maybe 5 years, 10 years ago for me. But after that, like from my time, it's changed. So even though they have two different science subject, but husband and wife teams are get their two different positions. Yeah, good point.
Thank you very much. That's also known as split position arrangement. Yes. That was sort of short time, but it was common back in late 80s to early 90s. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, it's time, and so I would like to give hands to Professor Hamada. Thank you very much for inspiring presentation.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to move on to the next speaker, and that will be online. Professor Anna Dreber-Almenberg will be presenting online. The title is Funding Flexibility, Replicability, and Team Science. So Professor Almenberg, I think you can be online. So please start. And I guess use the presentation mode. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And sorry to not be there in person, but I'm very happy to at least meet you like this. So I'm going to talk about mainly my own experiences, but also some other thoughts. So I'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about curiosity-driven research, so not applied research, and how we fund it and how we can think about funding it and what this could potentially lead to. So of course, we all know that when doing a scientific project, we learn new things. That's kind of part of the purpose of the project. But sometimes we learn sufficiently new things that we need to change focus. And a big question then is for how funders should react. Should they allow us to switch, or should they keep us on the same track as in our scientific application for funding? I think it's important to think about this and realize there are pros and cons with all types of systems. But I think it's particularly important to think about this for early career researchers who might need to switch to a larger extent than more senior researchers. So I'm going to talk about my experiences on how funding can facilitate risk-seeking and novel research. So I'm going to talk about this from the perspectives of a researcher, which I am, and I'm going to tell you more about this, but also as an evaluator. So I'm on scientific boards. I evaluate lots of proposals internationally and in Sweden and the Scandinavian countries in particular. So I have a PhD in economics, which is a social science. I graduated in 2009 from the Stockholm School of Economics here in Sweden. And my trajectory is a little bit different from other economists in the sense that I did a postdoc before moving on to a tenure track assistant professorship position in 2011. This is actually not that common because most people who have a PhD in economics internationally, or particularly in the US, would go directly from PhD to tenure track position. So postdocs are extremely common in many fields in academia, not in economics. They are becoming increasingly common, but the standard is still that you apply for a tenure track position while you are finishing your PhD. Okay, so my reflections during this talk will sort of reflect this. So I will not talk much about postdoc experiences, which are obviously extremely important to consider in terms of mobility, incentives, security, etc. Okay, so these experiences that I've had myself have led me to think that team science, that we don't work individually, just one professor with maybe a few students or just co-authoring with 2 or 3 individuals, makes a lot of sense for most of the type of research we want to do if we want to get credible results, trustworthy results that generalize and replicate, should be done from team science, where we work together in larger groups. And I will illustrate what this means. For those of you that work in natural sciences or parts of life sciences, this might sound obvious because you typically work in larger groups. In the social sciences, though, team science is less common. And in economics, you would really see sort of the median number of authors on a paper being something like 3. And that's still an increase compared to what it's been like historically, where 1 or 2 authors have been the default. So I think this has led to me thinking about team science and also just in general, the need to think about incentives. Whatever funding scheme we set up or whatever promotion system we set up, people will react to it. And we might get the intended consequences or we might not. I'll also talk a bit about my own overseas experiences, as well as the experiences that I've seen among fellow PhD students and my PhD students now for many years. So there are obviously very different funding styles. You as a funder can set up an application for a project or a program where you would like to have a detailed budget that the applicant needs to follow exactly. So there can be no deviations. Or at the other extreme, there can be basically no requirements. You apply for a project or a program, but there is basically no follow-up and you can deviate substantially. And then we have everything in between. So there are very few examples that I know of. There are one of these 2 extremes, and most involve some sort of involvement from the funders and follow-up. But then there's really tons of variation in how much follow-up and requirements there are in exact following what was proposed in the application. So why do we have this variation in what needs to be, how exactly you need to follow the program? This is probably because of a mix of accountability and predictability. Sometimes the funder wants to be able to predict what the results will be. Sometimes you want to make sure that they actually attempt to do what they said. So there's just not cheap talk, and you can write anything fantastic. Oh, I'm going to solve the problems of poverty and growth in the world. Okay, it sounds great. Let's see whether you actually achieved any of this. You can also focus on person versus project. And there are pros and cons of these different focus. focusing on the person, you can really sort of allow for more maybe crazier ideas, more risk-taking, if you've seen that they have already accomplished quite a lot. Maybe this new semi-crazy thing can also be achieved. Whereas if you focus on a project, potentially there is more focus on what is reachable. But in either case, this can lead to problems. If you focus too much on the person, I mean, you can get the Matthew effect, where those that have already get more in a sort of unfortunate way. There can be biases, gender, ethnicity, many different types of biases that kick in different directions. And there are different types of information that you can learn about that is relevant for the application, depending on whether you focus on the person or the projects. But whatever we do, there will be some type of incentive effects. So I'll talk about my experience with what I think is a fantastic fellowship program in Sweden that has now been going on for many years. So this is a program that is organized by our biggest private foundation, the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation. And they initiated something called the Wallenberg Academy Fellows in 2011. So this is for all fields of academia, from humanities to natural sciences. Universities are asked to nominate candidates. They are asked to nominate candidates who have a fairly recent PhD within the last 5 years. 50% of those that are nominated need to be internationally recruited. This means that they can be Swedish, but they have to come from a foreign university. They can also have no relation to Sweden, but are interested in coming to Sweden, thus the international recruitment. 50% of candidates also need to be women. This was not originally the case, but after a few years, when too few women were being nominated, this became a requirement, and all of a sudden, the universities had no problems finding enough women to nominate. So different universities get to nominate different amounts of people. So my university, which is a fairly small one, typically would nominate 2 people. So then one has to be internationally recruited, one has to be a woman. And of course, this can overlap. So this fellowship leads to 5 years of funding with the possibility of an extension of another 5 years of very generous funding. It's mainly funding to build up a group or do projects, do really sort of new novelty-seeking research, and it can cover up to 50% of the salary. This program also involves a network program where we, together with like everyone in my cohort, would go together on trips, just meet up and talk and learn from each other's fields. As an economist, I learned a lot about how medical researchers work in groups, how physicists collaborate with many authors and papers, etc., but also what it's like to work as a researcher in the humanities. So the network program involves meeting maybe 3-4 times a year, including having one day where all fellows get to meet and hear inspiring talks. There's also a mentor program, so you get matched to one mentor that you meet with regularly, where regularly means everything from a few times a year to even more often. And you as a fellow can propose who you would like to have as a mentor, or the Academy of Sciences in Sweden will help you and find one that is a good match. I think this mentor program is particularly useful for the international recruits who come to Sweden and do not necessarily know that much about the Swedish system and how to navigate, what other funding to apply to, how to think about negotiating with your dean about reduced teaching if you have more grants, etc. So to have a senior researcher in Sweden who has been around and know the system is, I think, extremely useful and will probably be very useful in many other countries too, when you come as a fairly junior researcher and want to set up a group or a research agenda. By now, there are 288 researchers who are Wallenberg Academy Fellows. And now I am by now an alumni in this program. So I was funded in 2013, applied in 2012, so I was in the second cohort. I applied with a detailed application, as you usually do, where I talked about an agenda in the field of behavioral economics. Behavioral economics is sort of this mix of economics and psychology, trying to make economics more human and not just consider sort of the selfish, rational homo economicus, but really bringing the human into economics. So I had planned projects based on my previous research related to hormones, genes, dopamine receptors, and economic decision-making, trying to understand why certain individuals take more risk than others. Is it because of testosterone or dopamine? I was also interested in cooperation in the repeated prisoner's dilemma, which is a topic that is not just sort of a core in economics, but also shows up in theoretical biology, political science, and many other fields where we want to understand how cooperation can evolve and what can sustain it. So during this time, when I applied for this Wallenberg Academy Fellowship, I also applied for other project funding for, in particular, a project on risk-taking and genetics, where I was looking at specific dopamine receptor genes. So far, so good. I applied for this funding. I received both the Wallenberg Academy Fellowship plus this other funding. So it was all great. And then the problems started arising. So to the left here, you see a figure where you have risk-taking in US dollars on the y-axis. And we have two different groups of people. We have those with the long version of a specific dopamine receptor gene, DRD4, and we have those with the shorter version of the gene, 7R minus. And in the study we did when I was a PhD student, we found that those with the longer version of this dopamine receptor gene were statistically significantly more risk-taking than those with the shorter version of the gene. So what's the problem here? The problem is basically that we had no statistical power. So when we test hypotheses, we are worried about false positives, we're worried about false negatives. Here I'm extremely worried about having a false positive result, given that we had extremely low statistical power. Why? So when we did the study, we thought that 100 men, analyzing them and dividing them depending on their genotype, was interesting and could give us new evidence. To do these types of studies, you would basically need hundreds of thousands of people, not just 100. At the time, we didn't understand how problematic this was. So I was super excited about these results. We published it in 2009, and I spent lots of time sort of trying to replicate it and had more and more difficulties finding anything looking like this in subsequent studies. So I realized that this was just sort of completely wasteful of time and money and energy to try to do these types of studies. Yet I had now all this funding to do exactly these types of studies. So what to do? Around the same time, so this was in the early 2010s, there were more and more discussions about replication problems in psychology. So to the right here, you see a Science news piece about the big replication project in psychology that was led by Brian Nosek at the University of Virginia and the Center for Open Science, where the idea was to try to replicate as many studies as possible from 3 top psychology journals and see to what extent could they get the same results. So when I read about this, I was like, wow, this is the type of research that I want to do. I want to replicate things, and I want to see whether we can predict which results will replicate if we ask experts to bet or gamble on replication outcomes. And then we can see whether there is something systematic about which studies fail to replicate. If I had asked people in the social sciences and genetics, maybe I should have, earlier about this DRD4 and risk-taking study, could they have predicted that this would not have replicated in subsequent studies? Then maybe we could have saved a lot of time and resources to not do that particular study. So when I write here problems with researcher degrees of freedom, I basically mean that there are many ways in which you can test a hypothesis. And if you haven't specified exactly how you will test it, you can typically get something statistically significant by some type of analysis if you start excluding observations or testing different functional forms of the analysis, or you test different outcome variables, etc. And this can make sense in some ways, but it will be problematic if there is selective reporting of results so that you only present the statistically significant results to the world. Okay, So what happened, given sort of all these grants, or these two big grants, and my sort of lack of support for what I was intending to do, for one of the grants, I really had to return everything. I could have continued and with the same types of studies and I could have done another one of these risk-taking in gene studies. But given that I thought it was just sort of dead on arrival, there was no point. We would not learn anything new. It would only be wasteful. I returned the money because they didn't allow any type of deviation from what I had planned to do. So at the end of the day, I think they were pretty unhappy. I was unhappy, and I was also embarrassed for having wasted their time and resources, and then at the end of the day not even used the money. But I think that was morally more right to do than to do a study that I did not believe in. With the Wallenberg Academy Fellowship, when I expressed sort of my concerns with my research agenda to them, they said, fine, you can change focus. We understand what you're planning to do. I mean, there will be some elements of what I had originally planned to do in terms of I wanted to continue doing some of these biological variables and risk-taking studies, but now on a much larger scale and with a lot more skepticism to what I intended. So I did not want to do another statistically low-powered study on testosterone risk-taking, but I wanted to do the largest study that had ever been done on the topic, which I ended up doing and recently published with co-authors very recently, and that's this Dreber et al. 2005 PNAS paper. So what sort of started out great, getting two very nice grants, and then failure, not believing in what I was intending to do, ended up, I think, pretty successful in terms of I managed to continue with a new focus. I got this grant extended for another few years, and then I was upgraded to become a so-called Wallenberg Scholar, which is an even more generous and interesting funding scheme, also organized by the Wallenberg Foundations. And this has now led to many studies, including one that I show here, where we try to replicate systematically studies published from the social sciences in journals like Nature and Science. That's what you see here. We picked 21 studies that had been published in Science and Nature between 2010 and 2015. We redo these studies with substantially larger samples, and we try to replicate the main result from the original study, where by replication success, we mean that a study we find an effect in the same direction as the original study, and it's statistically significant in a two-sided test. We also find that scientists are pretty good at predicting replication outcomes. So we set up so-called prediction markets where we ask researchers to bet on replication outcomes. In blue, we have successful replication outcomes, and in yellow, we have failed replication outcomes. And in diamonds here, we have market beliefs, so these prediction markets, and in circles, we have survey beliefs, where we ask researchers, give us the probability that the study will replicate. And the markets are very good at picking up which studies will successfully replicate. So these results sort of suggest that there is something systematic about results that fail to replicate. And I think one conclusion that I have had from these types of projects and many others is that we need to do more types of team science where many researchers work together to test the same hypothesis. And this can lead to more generalizable results. I think we need to, in many fields, move from this sort of, you have this one little group designing a study, testing the hypothesis, finding one result, or maybe from a couple of studies, and actually work together and see, okay, what if you design a study in that way and I do this deviation, or I interpret the outcome measure like this instead, or this is how I will test it, etc. Then we can lead to we can get a lot more generalizable results. But a problem here is basically that it's not clear that we have the right incentive structure for this. But in my case, I think I thought about this given this talk. It's very unclear what would have happened to my career in academia, in my motivation, if the Wallenberg Academy Fellows Grant had not been as flexible as it was. If the two grants would have been similar, that I would have needed to stay on the exactly same track as in the application, I would probably have left. I thought it was immoral to just continue doing things that I no longer believed in terms of that we could actually generate new knowledge from another study. So for me, it was probably a game changer that there was this flexibility in the Wallenberg Academy Fellows scheme. I think also the long-term aspect of it, that I had secured funding for 5 years, was crucial, that early in the career, where I could really try new things, then segue from sort of the original projects to newer projects that of course took time to develop. So we often talk about the importance of high risk, high reward projects. And I, as many others, find it a little bit unclear what we mean by this. I mean, in many high risk projects, there is some reward, even when it fails. And I think that we should, as funder, as well as applicants or researchers, try to systematically document what our failures are and learn from these. So in many, when I see applications, sometimes they involve some high risk in the sense that, yes, they will test new things. They will learn new things, but it's not clear that it's so risky in terms of that the failure leads to no new insights. But it should just be clear sort of what was intended to find versus what's really novelty seeking here, novel and a so-called failure, and what do we learn from this? I think there should also be more experimenting with how we hand out grants and funding in order to figure out what is optimal. I think we need to do more team science for generalizability, but I'm saying this as someone who now has tenure and do not need to worry much about grants. If you're a very junior researcher applying for funding and tenure track positions and eventually tenure want to get promoted, team science will probably not be rewarded. In economics and many social sciences, you are rewarded for smaller authorships, like smaller groups that are co-authoring. And it's very hard to evaluate a paper with 50 authors, even though we've learned tremendously from this paper. So this needs to be considered, of course, when thinking about evaluations. Just extremely briefly about my overseas experiences. So I've spent a few years abroad. I spent 2 years of my undergraduate in France, 3 years as a PhD student in the US. I was visiting as a PhD student from a Swedish university. And this is extremely common in Swedish economics programs, where it's almost the default that you go sometimes during the 3rd or 4th year for a year to the US or another international university. I think for me, this was extremely interesting. That's why I stayed 3 years, but also for the interdisciplinarity component. Everyone in Sweden, I think, wants to encourage interdisciplinary work, but it can be very hard to do it in Sweden. Whereas in a country like the US, I think many of the larger universities are a lot more open to that type of work. So it was fairly easy for me to start talking to theoretical biologists about cooperation, or hormones and risk-taking with anthropologists, or moral decision-making with psychologists, etc. I sometimes have very shy PhD students who do not want to go for a full year immediately. Then I try to encourage them to visit my collaborators in different countries for a few days or a few weeks to get the flavor for what it's like. And that typically reduces the barrier so that they are then more interested in going abroad. But here I think it's important to think about the optimal timing of going abroad. As a researcher, I think it's better to have something in your portfolio that you can discuss with others rather than going extremely early on in your career, in particular if you're just a visitor and not there for a longer period. So I think I'm out of time, so I would stop here. And if anyone wants to talk about anything at some other point in time, please reach out to me. And thanks so much for inviting me to this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anna. And since you went over time, unfortunately, there is one short question from online. So the question is, do WAF fellows, after they finish their 5-year term and become alumni, do they keep in touch with the former mentors? Yes or no?
So with yeah, very good question. Thank you. With mentors, yes, and that's I do at least, but that's a little bit up to the mentor and the fellow. But there's also an alumni program with this fellowship. So we are invited to the big annual meeting with current fellows, even though we are alumni. And there are specific alumni events too. But even sort of beyond this organized events, I have gotten to collaborate with lots of other researchers who have been Wallenberg Academy Fellows and sort of become friends with many. So there is this network that is now going to be there forever, basically, even though there are not, even if there wouldn't be organized events. So I think that's really a big plus from this program.
Thank you very much. So
thank you. And
let's
sorry
clap
for
again for Anna, and then we will move to the next presentation. Thank you. And so I think Anna attending online will be able to send a text message during our panel discussion. So I want to move to our next speaker, and this is Professor Rob Jenkins. And please, we'll be adjusting the time. And so he's starting 5 minutes late. And so you have full 25 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for this introduction, and my thanks to the organizers. I've been looking forward to this one. Well, let's begin with a point we can all agree on. The future is uncertain. The future's always been uncertain, of course, but there's perhaps a sense in which it feels more uncertain than ever lately. Charts that summarize the history of humanity often look something like this. For generality, I have no units and no scale on this graph, but the x-axis represents our species timeline, and the y-axis, well, let's say world population. So, hunter-gatherer, yeah. Hunter-gatherer, 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 agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, oil. And I've added this dotted line to represent extinction. So this graph invites certain observations. Our existence was marginal for most of history. But recently our situation has improved dramatically, and we've never been further away from extinction. Now, including uncertainty on this plot paints a very different impression. So here, the variance that I've included, the variance in outcome is proportional to progress. So the further we go to the right, the larger it gets. And it's symmetrical above and below the trend line. So together, those features capture the idea that as technologies become more powerful, they increase our potential to do good and to do harm. And so this modified graph invites a very different interpretation. For most of history, we could not extinguish ourselves. Now we could. And we've never been closer to extinction. On the plus side, the range of possible good outcomes soars to fantastic levels up here. The challenge for us is to stay on the plus side. And to navigate this uncertain future, we need knowledge. And I want to emphasize just how powerful knowledge can be with this thought experiment from the physicist David Deutsch. Suppose you find yourself all alone in a spacecraft in the darkest depths of the cosmos, far from any source of matter or energy. This is perhaps the least promising endowment, right? An almost perfect vacuum with just the occasional hydrogen atom drifting by. Without the right knowledge, this is a truly hopeless situation and you are surely doomed. But with the right knowledge, you could bootstrap yourself up from almost nothing to limitless abundance. Using the remaining power reserves of your ship, you could create electromagnetic fields to collect stray hydrogen atoms and gather enough matter to begin fusion reactions, thereby generating energy, and use that energy to collect more matter and build more sophisticated equipment, eventually construct manufacturing facilities and computers, whatever else you need, and transform your desperate situation into thriving success. So the difference between death and flourishing in this story is not the physical resources available, it's knowledge. And this leads to a very optimistic principle. Anything that is not ruled out by the laws of physics is possible given the right knowledge. So we should be very enthusiastic about knowledge acquisition. Fortunately, there's loads of knowledge out there in the world. Unfortunately, most of it is distributed across other people's minds, right, where I can't get it. This is a really good reason to communicate, right? To network, to collaborate. If you know something useful that I don't know, I want to know it too. And this is an attitude to knowledge that is universalizable, right? We can recommend it to anyone. But in professional contexts, science, policy, international collaborations, we can't just rely on our colleagues volunteering exactly the right information at exactly the right moment. And for one thing, those colleagues may not realize when they know something special. And even if they do, they might not speak up. Perhaps they fear they are mistaken. Perhaps they feel it's not their place. Perhaps they don't know how. We must grapple with this problem for the simple reason that viewpoint diversity is crucial. Viewpoint diversity is crucial. My favorite demonstration of the power of viewpoint diversity comes from Sir Francis Galton. Maybe you've heard this one before. Galton visited an agricultural exhibition and asked individual visitors to guess the weight of a particular ox. Now, in fact, the ox weighed 544 kilograms, but importantly, none of the respondents knew this actual weight. Now, what you find in studies like this is that some of the guesses are underestimates, some of them are overestimates, but what Galton noticed is that the average of those estimates can be surprisingly good, right? More accurate than most of the individual guesses, and often more accurate than the best individual guess. It's as if the collective knows more than any individual member, because it does. Right? Each individual brings different information to the problem. Maybe someone has an ox at home, right? Maybe someone is a vet. Someone else has a job that involves weighing things all the time. Crucially, all of these contributions are related to the actual weight of the ox, and so they all pull in the same direction in that sense. each contributor also brings their own biases and blind spots and so on, of course, but there's a difference. Those are not correlated. They're uncorrelated with each other, and so they tend to cancel out at the group level, leaving only the wisdom of the crowd. So through this process of aggregation, every individual can benefit from the diversity of viewpoints. And this principle applies not only to making estimates, but also forecasts and problem solving and creativity. For international research collaborations, this diversity is a genuine asset, right? Different training, different language, different cultural expectations. These are not obstacles to be overcome. They're resources that we can exploit. Well, if viewpoint diversity is good, let me share some practical thinking tools that can help you generate novel approaches to research problems. These are heuristics, like mental shortcuts that can make creative thinking more systematic. Okay, here's one. Invert the problem. Instead of asking, how do I achieve the outcome, ask, well, what would prevent the outcome? Or how could I make the outcome worse? Now, this inversion often reveals hidden constraints or assumptions in experimental design. Like asking what would produce a false positive can reveal as much as asking, well, what would produce a true positive? Reverse the arrow of causation. Well, if we typically think A causes B, well, what if B causes A, or if there's some third factor that causes both? In psychology, asking whether depression causes sleep problems or whether sleep problems cause depression, recognizing that that's a bidirectional link, led to entirely new treatment programs. Question the unit of analysis. Are you studying the right thing? Right? Do you need to zoom in? Do you need to zoom out? Should you study individual neurons or neural circuits or brain regions or whole brain dynamics? The answer depends on the question, but we often inherit our unit of analysis from tradition rather than choosing it deliberately. And make it extreme. Push your parameters to the limit and study what happens. We know that practicing a skill improves performance on that skill. Well, what if someone practiced for 10,000 hours? Studying London taxi drivers and chess grandmasters has revealed principles of expertise that we couldn't see in the normal population. Extreme cases often reveal mechanisms that are hidden in typical variation. Now, these aren't magical formula, right? These are learnable tactics that can help any individual to think more creatively. But we don't have to rely only on individual creativity. Galton showed us that aggregating diverse perspectives produces better answers than a single mind, but he was studying passive aggregation, just averaging independent guesses. We can do better than that. We can deliberately structure interactions so that collective knowledge is surfaced and combined and put to work. Let me tell you about a method I learned from Dennis Sherwood that I found really useful over the years. The key insight is that creativity isn't about novelty from nothingness, right? It's about assembling and reassembling patterns that already exist. And we can break that process down into steps that a group can follow with the help of a facilitator. So first, identify the specific problem that you're addressing, just so everyone is focusing on the same thing. Second, each person individually writes down what they know about how things are now. Not an essay, just 10 or 20 bullet points. This step must be done individually and in silence. Why? So that people don't influence each other. Remember, every person in the group knows different things, and that diversity is precisely what we're trying to preserve and capture. But it only takes one senior person to voice their opinion, and then everybody falls into line. Right? We don't want that kind of collapse. That's exactly what we want to avoid. Third, pool this knowledge and make it visible to the whole group. So usually the facilitator writes these points on a whiteboard where everyone can see them. Notice we're not evaluating at this stage, by the way. We're just gathering so we can see what we have collectively. And what we will have, guaranteed, is more than any single member would generate alone. Then fourth comes a perturbation stage. For each observation in the shared pool, ask, how could this be different? I'm using slides to support what I'm saying. How could this be different? Well, the text could be in Japanese instead of English. Or maybe there's no text at all, just images. Or no slides. Repeating this step for each observation produces variations on the current state, right? Some of which will be interesting, some of which will be mutually reinforcing. Fifth and finally, search for the patterns that are useful. So here we switch into an evaluative mode, looking for synergies that make sense in light of our initial problem. It takes time to run this procedure properly, but the fact that it is procedural means you're never stuck. Your team can generate good ideas on demand. And I've used this in research planning and mentoring and problem solving of all kinds, and I recommend it to you. So with so many problems competing for our attention, how do we decide which ones to work on? This is particularly important for early career researchers who are making choices that will shape their entire careers. Well, I like this ITN framework for problem selection. This framework proposes that we consider three factors: importance or scale. How beneficial would it be if the problem was solved? How many people would benefit or how much? Tractability. Is it clear how progress could be made, or would you just be banging your head against a brick wall? And neglectedness. Is the problem currently understaffed? Or maybe it's overstaffed? If there are already 1,000 people working on the problem, it's unlikely that one extra person will be the key to solving it. But if nobody's working on it, or just one or two people, then one extra person could make a huge difference. And so the ITN framework recommends prioritizing problems that score high on all three dimensions. Let me give you an example. So suppose you're choosing between two research directions. Project A addresses climate change, extremely important, moderately tractable, let's say, but thousands of people are working on it already. Project B addresses the potential risks of mirror bacteria. These are synthetic organisms with reversed molecular structure. If created, mirror bacteria would bypass natural immune systems and could potentially overwhelm entire ecosystems. Again, extremely important. And the science to address these risks is fairly tractable. But currently only a handful of researchers worldwide are focused on this threat. So by the ITN framework, Project B might be the better choice, not because climate change doesn't matter, but because your marginal contribution might do more good where fewer people are already working. This isn't a precise formula, of course, but it can be very helpful for deciding which two projects to take on or which career path to follow. We face an uncertain future, unprecedented in terms of opportunities and risks. Surviving this century will require wise progress on a level that we've never achieved before. But here's the encouraging part. We already know how to do this. We know that knowledge is the crucial resource. We know that diverse perspectives produce better solutions, that creativity can be systematized, that group processes can reliably generate insights. And we know that we can be strategic about where we direct our efforts. For those of you early in your careers, this is especially relevant. The choices you make now about which problems to work on, how to collaborate across disciplines and across cultures, and how to think about knowledge generation, these will compound over time. And the international mobility and brain circulation that this meeting promotes isn't just about moving people between institutions, it's about moving ideas between minds, building networks that can aggregate distributed knowledge, designing the conditions that enable breakthroughs. The future is uncertain, but if we're smart about how we pursue knowledge, we can move in a positive direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jenkins. And so I would like to solicit questions from the audience. Yes, please. Dr. Kano.
Thank you so much, Rob, for sharing your great views about how we can deal with the uncertain future. So if these ideas are true, then how would you be able to persuade or make younger people more convinced to utilizing these efforts? And what kind of practice can make it happen, would you think?
Are you thinking about creativity or problem selection or group procedures? Well, I was persuaded by undergoing the training myself and seeing what it could do for me. This was some time ago. Actually, you've met Dennis Sherwood, who showed me how this stuff works. And I went in, fairly skeptical, which seemed like the appropriate attitude to bring in. And I was convinced by just going through this process. I'm speaking now of the kind of 5-point process that I put up for generating ideas on demand. And I think that's as good a way as I could suggest for persuading people and opening them up to the possibilities. Is you can go into an idea generation session like that with nothing, just the problem, and you can emerge with so many ideas, you just don't know where to begin. And that's a different kind of problem, but I prefer that one.
So I think you have been in Kyoto for some while, and was that experience made you think about these factors, and whether you think that kind of experience may happen to think about these factors well?
I think perhaps that fits with the idea of diverse perspectives that I was trying to articulate, and their value. I've been a little bit concerned sometimes. I mean, I've been thinking about this, of course, with this meeting coming up. But when I speak to Japanese students at the University of York, where I work, one thing I've noticed is that they seem to think their English language should be better than it is. You know, if I was going to start my talk with an apology, I should have apologized for English language. Not entirely my fault, but I'm willing to take the blame today. In some sense, their standards are too high. We have so many students who are coming from all around the world. Some of them speak better English than I do, and some of them need a lot of support, but there is a lot of support. And language is one of those cases where you can really hear someone for the first time seeing a problem from a different point of view, just the way they'll use a turn of phrase or choose slightly different words, and suddenly you realize, oh yeah, I never thought of it that way before. And so this is what I have in mind when I say it's an asset, not an obstacle. And if there was something I could say that would encourage people who maybe don't think their language is up to research overseas, then I would say it.
Okay, Professor Van der Weel, you can ask question now. And then Professor Iso.
Thanks so much, Rob. I really enjoyed that talk. I also very much agree with the point that we should look for problems that we can really contribute, right? But what I see, we don't always or very often not have the liberty of doing that. We are dependent on funding agencies and grant schemes and so on. And what I see there is exactly kind of the opposite. You see that grants come, they are driven by the community where there are already a lot of people. And then when this goes into kind of boom phase, then there is coming grants like rain from the sky and sometimes even astronomical amounts in a phase where there is already so many people have jumped on that ship, right? So do you have any thoughts or recommendations how we could actually stimulate exactly those new fields that are still very empty but promising?
Yeah, well, I think sometimes it's simply a matter of noticing and pointing out, like, we've got this huge vulnerability here, or this huge opportunity here, and no one's talking about it. And sometimes you will see a case like that, and it's so compelling that you just think, oh my gosh, they're right. we hadn't spotted that. And the case just makes itself. I do think, just coming back to what you said at the start, there's a case for the opposite, which is achieving critical mass. Like we want a big research group or something so that we can really make some progress quickly. Yeah. Yes, but that's a different phase, right? I'm talking about problem selection. And I think critical mass and having a large group, the benefits come at a different phase of the research where you know where you're going and you're executing on the plan. Right. I think I didn't answer your question. Can you remind me of the?
No, I think you did actually. The only thing I'm wondering is how can you convince, for example, funding agencies to provide budget for scarily new topics that they may feel.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, I think sometimes you can be working in a hot topic, like AI is a hot topic right now, but you could come at it from a different angle. So that's one way of doing it, is to have something novel to say about a topic that is booming. Right. Another point to make is that all of these booming topics were once very small niche topics that were that were novel, right? So it's partly a matter of when are you making these decisions? And if we're so focused on what we're already doing and what we have been doing for the last 15 years, that we can't have the capacity or the time to look around occasionally and say, am I doing the right thing? Is this the best use of my time? Then we will miss those opportunities when they are small and we can grab them more easily.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I said Professor Iso next, but in the interest of time, as a moderator, I would like Professor Iso to ask the question during the panel discussion. So thank you, Dr. Jenkins, and I'd like to thank him again and move to the next speaker. Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be presenting online, Dr. Chikae Tatsumi, and she will be presenting online. She is a faculty member at Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, very interesting organization that really contribute to Japan's international brain circulation. So yes, Dr. Tatsumi, please start.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. So thank you so much.
Please wait a minute. There is some problem with the speakers here. Can you speak again?
Hello, can you hear me?
Now
okay?
it's coming out. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Okay. So can I start? Can I start? Okay. Hello. Thank you so much for the great introduction. So my name is Chikae Tatsumi. I'm a new assistant professor at OIST. First of all, I'm very sorry and also disappointed that I am unable to attend in person. My children and I have had a really bad cold and need to cancel our travel. But it seems this is a life of a parenting early career researcher. And thank you very much for still giving me the opportunity to speak today. This is very a huge honor. And I also really appreciate for the organizers. So today's presentation title is Benefits and Challenges of Cross-Border Careers, Perspectives from an Early Career Researcher. Okay, so first, let me briefly introduce myself. So I completed both my undergraduate degree and my PhD in Japan, studying ecology, especially forest ecology. After that, I received the JSPS Cross-Border Postdoc Fellowship, which allowed me to conduct my postdoc research at Boston University in the United States. I also have spent 1 year in Boston University during my PhD through a separate fellowship. So in total, I was trained in the US for about 5 years. After that, I returned to Japan and I'm currently an assistant professor and a principal investigator, PI, at an international research institute, the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, known as OIST. In addition, during my postdoc period in Boston, I experienced becoming a parent of 2 children. Okay. So I'd like to start by talking about how my overseas experience contributed to my career development. So first, it was very helpful in achieving publications in top journals. And one important reason is that the knowledge and the ways of thinking I brought with me were naturally different from those of many people around me in Boston. This created an environment where intellectual synergy could easily emerge. In addition, the overall research standard was very high. Everyone aimed for top journals, probably because journal quality is strongly linked to faculty evaluation and promotion. So my mentor also carefully guided me through every step of the process, starting from experimental and sampling design to ensure the work was truly solid. As a result, many of the students and postdocs around me were publishing in top journals, which was highly motivating for me. So another important aspect was how easy it was to collaborate and also receive feedback or advice from experts nearby. People were very open to discussion, and there were many opportunities to interact with colleagues, not only through seminars, but also through informal gatherings such as lab-hosted brunches or department holiday parties. Furthermore, my time in Boston was truly valuable in preparing me for a faculty position. In faculty job searches in the US, mentoring experience is evaluated very positively. When I was in Japan, there were also many opportunities to work with junior students, helping with substantial parts of their graduation thesis. However, this mentoring was often informal and requested only verbally, even though it required significant time and effort. In contrast, at Boston University, I officially mentored many students and was fully responsible for their projects. My mentor was just available to consult with me whenever any issues happen. Also, through these mentoring experiences, I received extensive training in diversity, equity, and inclusion, as many summer programs actively recruited students from underrepresented minority backgrounds. Mentoring and understanding student diversity are essential skills for any future faculty members. Then this experience gave me confidence that I was ready for faculty position while also strengthening my CV before entering the job market. Okay. Boston University was also highly motivated to support the professional development of postdoc researchers. There were dedicated staff members only for postdoc support, as well as well-structured career development programs, which were very helpful for me. Before this training, I never expected I would be able to deliver a strong faculty job talk and chalk talk and go through interviews with full faculty panels. But in the end, even though I have spent only a few years in the US, I received several faculty job offers, both from universities in the US and from OIST. Also, very importantly, I met many female faculty members who were balancing their academic career with childcare. Because there were many women faculty members, there was real diversity, and I was able to find several role models who shared similar backgrounds or life situation with mine. Through this experience, I finally came to understand that pursuing a faculty position is not limited to superwomen. Without seeing this diverse example firsthand, I believe I might not have even considered aiming for faculty position myself. Okay. So from here, I would like to share what brought me to pursue research abroad. So first of all, I'm deeply grateful for the JSPS fellowship that supported my time at Boston University. In particular, the JSPS Cross-Border Postdoc Fellowship, CPD Fellowship, was an exceptional program providing 5 years of support, with most of the period designed for research abroad. Additionally, another fellowship I received during my PhD to stay at Boston University for 1 year was also very helpful for building my research network, which later enabled me to return to Boston as a postdoc. However, I'd like to note that current fellowship support is not sufficient for many researchers pursuing overseas training, especially those with children. For example, this left graph shows real wages, an index that considers not only income, but also the cost of living. Due to the recent dramatic depreciation of the Japanese yen, the real wages of JSPS fellows have declined substantially compared to those of comparable postdoc researchers in the US. In addition, shown in the right graph, it is well recognized that living costs increase significantly with household size, even though many early career researchers are at the stage of life when they are getting married and raising children. As a result, I know actually several researchers who either gave up before applying or who are actually awarded JSPS fellowship but were unable to go abroad or had to change their destination countries due to the financial constraints. Okay, other factors that brought me to go abroad included encouragement from my mentors in Japan. Actually, I know in some lab, the members are discouraged from going abroad because they are valuable workers. In this sense, I consider myself fortunate to have received such support from my mentors. Still, I think the most important factor for me was a family reason, as my husband was working in the US at that time, so I needed to move there anyway. So I myself was a trailing spouse. But leaving Japan was extremely challenging for me, so without this family reason, I might not have chosen to go abroad because it felt too risky. For example, I had to decline a stable job offer in Japan, which was very, very uncomfortable in the context of uncertain academic job market where age can often be a significant factor in hiring. I also felt overwhelmed by the need to restart many aspects of my careers in the US, including building a new professional network and re-establishing my research records in a system evaluated differently from Japan. If many early career researchers feel similar challenges, addressing these issues could help encourage overseas training, for example, by aligning Japanese PhD and postdoc training systems more closely with global standards, and also by increasing the availability of academic positions in Japan, especially for the researchers with overseas training. So here I would like to share how I was able to return to Japan. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to join OIST, especially as a tenure-track PI, as I strongly wanted to become a PI in order to pursue my own research interests, although such position is very, very limited in Japan. Also, the PhD program at OIST was very appealing to me, as I wanted to work with students over the long term, like 5 years. In contrast, the typical master's program in Japan is only 2 years long, which feels too short for aiming at high-level research outcomes. Additionally, strong research support was another major factor. OIST has many dedicated staff members, excellent core facilities, and very helpful administrative support that truly allows faculty members to focus on research. Actually, compared to other offers from the universities in the US, the level of support at OIST was highly competitive, I thought. I also very, very grateful. I also greatly appreciate OIST's recruitment system. The evaluation was based on global standards and diverse perspectives, so I felt that my training in the US was well understood and fairly assessed. In addition, the application process was very straightforward. The required materials were completely the same as those used in the US faculty job market, so I did not need to prepare an entirely separate application. Additionally, although I was not able to travel to OIST for an on-site interview due to my visa and family reason, OIST provided full remote interview accommodations, including a job talk, chalk talk, and even lunch sessions with students, all conducted online. Also importantly, applying to other institutions simultaneously was allowed, which enabled me to complete ongoing interviews, compare offers, and then negotiate. this flexibility allowed me to choose the positions that best suited my future research. Many of these practices are always maybe unique within Japan, but to my knowledge, they are quite common at universities in the US. Okay, so as a final topic, I would like to share what I have found to be unique and actually disadvantageous for early career researchers in Japan based on my experience in the US. So first, although this has not been my experience at OIST, I often hear from early career researcher friends in Japan that their administrative workload is extremely heavy. For example, one of my friends spent from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. almost entirely on administrative tasks and can only start research work after that. I was also shocked by the relatively limited flexibility in the working environment in Japan. In the US, I know several postdoc researchers who work fully remotely even from different states to balance family life and still work in their best fit lab, but this is generally not allowed in Japan. Flexible work arrangements and special accommodations were very helpful for me, especially during my pregnancy in the US. I was able to continue my career by focusing on non-labor intensive tasks, such as writing papers and grant applications until just before childbirth. And also here is a photo of me preparing the pot experiment with carrying my 2-month-old baby. I actually really appreciated that my mentor did not impose uniform accommodation to me, but instead carefully discussed with me what I wanted to do and what I was able to do during my maternity leave. In addition, many parenting researchers in Japan seem to struggle with long meetings scheduled late or on holidays. Such meetings can effectively exclude parenting researchers who don't have a dedicated caregiving partner because they have to care their children at night and holidays when the child care is unavailable. I also felt a strong culture of mutual understanding in the US. People were very open to colleagues leaving early or attending important meetings remotely or canceling meetings at short notice, which I think clearly helped diverse researchers like me today maximize their productivity with balancing their life. Additionally, I have also seen many early career researchers in Japan affected by limited parental support, such as difficulties accessing existing support system, limited spousal hire options, and serious negative effects of parental leave on evaluations. Through several examples around me, I also feel these issues pose a real challenges to attracting Japanese early career researchers with overseas training back to Japan. So collectively, these factors may structurally favor a narrow type of researchers and create barriers for others, regardless of their research ability. However, if the goal is to strengthen Japan's research capability, it is far more important to hire globally competitive researchers than those who are just always physically available at the cost of their personal lives. Okay, so here's my takeaway from this talk. So there are several structural challenges for early career researchers to enhance their research capabilities, especially when leaving Japan for overseas training, coming back to Japan, and balancing research with life events. So for leaving Japan, the following support may be helpful: sufficient and long-term fellowship support, and more equivalent training system between Japan and other countries so that the researchers can more easily get on a career path even abroad. And also better safety nets that allow early career researchers to take challenging paths with confidence they can return to a career path in Japan after taking the challenging path. to foster Japanese researchers trained overseas to return to Japan, appealing job opportunities, compatible evaluation systems, and an accessible job market would be helpful. And finally, to provide a safe environment for early career researchers to maximize their research productivity and to avoid excluding excellent researchers who are balancing research with life events, fostering more flexible work environment, truly effective life support, and a supportive workplace culture would be helpful. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tatsumi. Well, I apologize. It's my poor time management, and I think we are really running behind our schedule. So, Dr. Tatsumi and Dr. Almenberg, I hope you'll be able to join through Zoom as one of the audience. And if there are questions relevant for you, if you want to comment something, please send a chat information. And I'd like to have a chance for you to have some feedback as well. But I'm sorry, but I think right now it's 3:25. And so I'd like to thank Dr. Tatsumi once again. And we'll go into the break, which will be through 3:35 or 15:35. So let's give hand to Dr. Tatsumi one more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much after a short break. And I think there have been excellent, perspectives and discussions in the morning and also in the afternoon. And so we do have some questions that are submitted before today. And also there are some questions that are coming in and have been submitted online. Rather than going individually, as a moderator, I would like to group them into 3 types of topics, partly based on the questions submitted, but also based on what we heard from excellent speakers today. The first area of question would be, what is the nature of scientific creativity, which is critical for promoting excellent science? And the second area of topic would be, what are the constraints for people to fully express their potential, including their creativity? And the last topic, or the topic of the area of question, would be, what are some good examples and attempts to go over such obstacles? But before starting, I would like to introduce the panel members. And so I'd like each of the panelists to briefly remind us who they are and what perspective each of you can bring in. So starting with Professor Kotani, and then we'll move on. And the last one, Professor Ogaki, is also a member of the committee that planned this whole symposium, and he will be introducing himself too. Thank you. Let's start with Dr. Kotani.
Okay. Sorry, I was a little bit out of so Moto Kotani, and I gave a presentation in the morning. And so, as I said, my identity, I believe researcher. I'm a researcher in mathematics, and I spend most of my life for research and education. But today, I was invited to attend as a Science and Technology co-advisor to Minister of Foreign Affairs and encourage international exchange and the brain circulation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fumika Hamada. I'm a professor at UC Davis. and I just give a talk, the previous sessions. But I was in the PI map, that's the Kotani Sensei talk about. And so that's why I think as I was chosen, but I really want to support the women's right. So yeah, this is one of the reasons that I really want to be here.
Hello, I'm Rob Jenkins. I'm Professor of Psychology at the University of York in the UK. Most of my research is experimental work on basic processes in cognition, like attention and memory, decision-making. But I'm also very interested in science policy interface, scientific creativity, and especially promoting the careers of young scientists. I was some time ago a member of the Global Young Academy, and they did a good job of inculcating us with these principles. And I have friends here in the audience who have been friends for around 15 years so far through that organization. This is, in my mind, a testament to the strength of those networks, and I'd like to see more of that in science worldwide.
Okay, Masaogaki, I'm here as a committee member and the committee which organized this conference. Personally, I'm doing research on community mechanism, which is a cooperation of two people or to the whole human race and over generations. I'm very interested in international cooperation, especially when people have different values and religions and ethics, and also interested in how we may be able to cooperate with future generations. Many economists are worried that we are harming our future generations rather than helping them. So I'm very glad to be here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will be addressing everyone with last name and son. And so this is because Ogaki-san believes it's not our career stage or title, but what we bring to this discussion is more important. So thank you, Ogaki-san, for excellent suggestion. And adding san is the most neutral way to be respectful and address someone else in Japanese. And I'd like to start with Jenkins-san, because the first group of topic I would like us to be talking is about scientific creativity. And your presentation had a lot to do with scientific creativity and how to nurture it. And actually there is a question submitted before the meeting, which is paraphrasing it, how to stimulate the creativity of students. And this is important. I believe not so many young students themselves, but their mentors might be interested, motivated mentors, professors and senior researchers who actually are in the position to actually advise students. So what's your thinking about, what would you answer? How to stimulate the creativity of students?
This is what we would call an uphill battle in the current context of education. I don't have expertise on the school education system in Japan, but in the UK, I find it a little bit demoralizing that there's so much emphasis on assessment, and the teaching is very much to the assessment. It seems to me very much geared to getting the best grades across the school, rather than fostering creative thinking, curiosity, love for knowledge, and these deeper issues that we've been discussing today. So how do we approach that? I think it's hard. I think this is a long program to turn that around. Actually, let me say something that I tried last semester in our university. So at a later stage, this was just an experiment really, but there was a book that I knew was coming out in September, and I'd been looking forward to it, and I thought, well, I'm going to buy it on day one. I'm not going to have time to read it, I don't think, until Christmas. This is a non-fiction book that was scientific content. So I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll tell everyone that I'm buying this book, and I think it's going to be good, and I'm going to read it out loud in this seminar room at 5 o'clock every Thursday. And I hope if you're interested, you'll come and join me. And amazingly, people did come and join me, and they listened to a human being in the same room reading aloud from a printed book, and they really liked it. And we had really useful discussions at the end. It was very informal. This wasn't part of the timetable or anything. But I think I'm going to do it again. And I think I'm going to see if I can come up with other ideas that bring individuals together here and now live, and focus on the ideas without any grading. And we'll see how far we get.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Ogaki-san if you have anything to add to it. Right, and also creativity, how to nurture creativity of young researchers and students. It's off microphone.
Oh, we learned from Jenkins-san's talk that it's important to go for collective wisdom instead of just, when we think about creativity, we might think, okay, individual great brain should bring creativity, but I think we should really rely on the collective creativity. So for that, for example, group research activities for undergraduate, even like group discussions in elementary schools may be very helpful. Actually, one of the economists, I'm a behavioral economist, and one behavioral economist, Fumio Otake-san and his colleagues have found that just doing like a group studying in elementary school can nurture cooperation and altruism. So that may be key to better society and also creativity, given that teamwork is so important for science creativity. So I think in education, we should do more and more group activities. That's one thought I have.
Thank you very much. That echoes what Anna-san said in her presentation, the importance of team and networking and mentorship framework. But after all, I think it's human beings that need to be motivated and become curious. And I'd like to ask Hamada-san about teaching in the US. You probably have a somewhat different teaching tradition from in Japan in terms of stimulating student curiosity and creativity. Any comments, please?
For the teaching, so maybe, so in my lab, I have graduate students. So that each graduate students have a own project, but I'll let the graduate students to choose the undergrad to be their teams. And it's like, I kind of give them as a responsibility to build their research project. So which means they have more creativity, and they always think what they're gonna do to be a more better science or something. So they always have to think about their project with their teams. And then I do have, because my school is the University of California, Davis. It's one of the biggest school in California. So there are lots of undergrads apply for my lab. So it's like every day I have lots of application to want to do a research in my lab. So I give my graduate students for the CV, and they're gonna choose it, and then they will interview it. So then they will choose the one which they are the best for their teams. So I think it's a responsibility, maybe let them to produce lots of creativity. So that's what I think.
Yes, I think that's a good point. I think Tatsumi-san also mentioned the importance of mentorship, that you train yourself to become a good mentor when you are a graduate student. And then students who are even before joining graduate school, undergraduate students become mentored by graduate students, and then they become very skillful. But also, you also mentioned the competitiveness. So many undergraduate students compete to join your lab group to get research experience. I think that's not something we see in Japan, but I think it's because students who want to continue for graduate school really need to have research experience as undergraduate students if they want to succeed. So there is a motivation for competitiveness. So having heard this, Kotani-san, do you think there may be some things that the university administrators or the Ministry of Education, Sports and Culture may be able to start in terms of mentorship for creativity?
So before that, I would like to make some comment as a mathematician. And so when you said the creativity or originality, there are two different aspects. One is create one from zero, and the multiple, like 100 and 1,000 from one, which is both are non-trivial and innovative. And when we talk about the from one to multiple, the discussion, especially interdisciplinary discussion, is very important. And often I'm asked what is the role of mathematics in the different fields, and I always said mathematics power is abstraction. So if there is one discovery from 0 to 1 in, for example, life science, and mathematicians try to make it very abstract, then you can introduce, plan this idea to material science or whatever. And so this is the very non-trivial, but still it's not 0 to 1, but 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. And so in this, the multiplication, non-trivial analogy to create a new idea, group work and discussion are very important, but still it's mysterious how human can produce from 0 to 1. And so since recently there is some activity for AI for mathematics and to how AI can assist a mathematical proof. And from 1 to 100 is easy, that AI collect all the data and tell you this statement can be proved in this way because there are something. But now the AI is trying to make a reasoning, and so abstract the logical structure from natural language. And so this really formulates how human being think a new idea in a logical structure. This will be one of the key to understand the mystery of discovery from 0 to 1, and to encourage the small kids to make 0 to 1, you have to be very patient. And so the boys and girls do not like mathematics because they are just pushing to get the right, correct answer without understanding. And so, but if you allow them to think about it very, very long, and the teacher or parents are very patient, they would find. And the finding by themselves really gives a pleasure to discover and continue. So that is my opinion.
Thank you very much. So there is some sort of mysterious aspect of creativity that hopefully that AI can't really, act like a human brain. But so some of the constrained creativity can be language and culture, like Fukami-san's presentation in the morning mentioned. I wonder if you see how having two different perspectives across cultures might contribute to the creativity, or how becoming exposed and try to interact and think in another language and culture might stimulate young people's creativity. Any comments from any panelist? Yes, Jenkins-san.
Well, just to follow up on the previous comments, I think this idea of creativity from 0 to 1 is an interesting aspect to focus on. Thinking about how scientific discoveries often occur, it's a collision between two remote ideas that came from very different places, and that might be two ideas colliding in the same person's mind, but it might be two people in conversation, or it might be someone realizing that what they heard someone say earlier solves their problem, or something like this. So yeah, I think bringing together people from, in a sense, as far away from each other as possible in the space of ideas can be maximally beneficial. If I'm talking to another cognitive psychologist at the University of York in English, then it's going to be very different than if I'm here talking to people in other disciplines across languages and with quite different cultural backgrounds. I would bet heavily on the second option for more productive, generative conversations.
Thank you very much. You said that me in New York talking and thinking in English, because maybe each language, what we consider to be our mother tongue, we are not aware of hidden assumptions in our thinking process that is already in the mold and template of the language. So any think that, oh, wow, this is different kind of moment that you may want to bring to the table? Ogaki-san, dozo, please.
Yeah, I'm thinking about these two ideas colliding. I think if we learn to listen, what we don't believe, that will be very helpful, and with respect. And even if we just reject it from the like, no, that's not correct. We never can really understand. So I think it's good to, at least at the university level, I think I want students to learn how difficult the truth is. It's so unreachable. So, for example, in science, many people thought that the Newton's theory of gravity was totally correct. The experiments showed it's correct, and even it predicted new I cannot understand. It's Newton's gravity predicted one unfound planet, but I know the planet's name in Japanese, but somehow it escapes my English. Anyway, it was able to find a planet. So Newton's gravity theory seems just the truth, but then we now know it was not totally true. We need a paradigm shift of Einstein to understand that. So many things seem so true after experiments and surveys, statistical analysis. And even in universities, we tend to teach that, okay, we know the truth. We have done experiments, we know so much, the science is so great. And then they will not listen to other ideas that seems to be just not evidenced enough. So I think we want to caution the students that truth is so deep. We may be able to go very near for some purpose, even them. And when we're doing science and research, I think we know that, but undergraduate students usually don't know that. And one field I used to do is international finance. International finance, some of our basic assumptions, like three basic assumptions to think about exchange rate are all found to be not true, far from true. And when I read the textbook, and the textbook writers, of course, know that, but they never say that. They tend to want to say that everything in this discipline is true. And I think when all disciplines start to say, okay, this seems true, but actually there may be some room, that will make students more creative. Okay, that's my.
Thank you very much. In Japan, education through high school to prepare for college entrance exam tend to be like learn what's already known and accepted as theory, but how we can go say, hey, that's not all. That's what we want to do in college and beyond, but that's not always easy. Now, I would like to solicit the questions from the audience in person or online by question and answer. Anything about scientific creativity or constraint or factors that affect creativity? Anyone wants to comment or question from the audience as well? Yes, Professor Iso. Microphone, please.
Okay, thank you. It's, my question or comment is remarks from Jenkins and also is this discussion. And to create curiosity and creativity for young persons, perhaps I think it's not too early, is maybe small children and junior high school or high school. And also a deep scientist should be starting on university, graduate school, and also later on. But, early exposure is very important to create curiosity, and continuous and sustainable supporting system, many kind of supporting system over life course. So I understand this point from your speakers. And one of the enemy obstacle in this session is AI. Sometimes enemy for human being, I guess, because of anthropological viewpoint. AI is to provide answer to accumulating evidence from humankind to existing humankind body of knowledge, whole body of knowledge. So Kotani Sensei is addressed a very distinct, easy example. AI can develop 1 to 100. But human is developed 0 to 1. I understand this. But AI is prevail all the world. Many people, maybe 100%, maybe during 10 years, 100% in the world using AI very often from early child to older adult. So they are less likely to think themselves independently, dependent on AI. So some of the exception is that I hope some scientists still exist remain and continue thinking and having a curiosity, creativity to, to prevent a human being from extinction during 100,000 years. Because many people less thinking and thinking. I'm sometimes it's a little bit concerned about brain, human being development, developing human brain in medical aspect and social aspect. What do you think? Jenkins-san, do you have any comment? This concern?
Very interesting set of thoughts. Kotani-san, please, and then Ogaki-san.
Yeah, I think to make AI enemy or friend are just how you use. And so it is often said when you ask the scientific question to AI, sometimes AI's answer is very simple-minded and not very deep. But when you keep asking the good question, it's just going deeper and deeper and finally answer like an expert. And so it really means that now you can use the volume of knowledge from all which has been accumulated from the history, which was impossible before. But now you can use AI to make use of this volume of knowledge. But if you really create something new, you have to think by yourself and ask the right question. And so in this way, you can make AI your partner or friends. And the discussion partner, we already said that discussion is a good way to discuss, create knowledge and new discovery. So why you don't use AI, just learn from AI, but to make your partner? And this is all the science and technology, new discovery. There are ways you use this, some harm or benefit. And so it's really human being who has a responsibility to make use it in a good way. And so human being keep progress. And I would like to be very optimistic. And so that is my question, my answer. And also, maybe I should not go back, but to go back to the question, how you stimulate the discovery. I would like to ask maybe Hamada-san or other people. So when I give a talk in another country, there are many questions after my talk. But when I give a lecture in Japan, very quiet, no question. And so I understood that it's a culture, and Japanese people do not want to make mistake and stupid questions. That's why they didn't ask question. But actually, after the close session, people make a line and ask question. And so it's not that they don't have a question. They just do not want to ask this question in the audience to make himself or herself foolish. But when you go to the elementary school, the kids, Japanese kids, ask many questions. Hi. And so how we discourage those the student in the Japanese education? That was my question. And if we can change the education system, we could make more creativity in Japanese.
Hamada-san, any comments to add to?
So for the teaching part, so when I as Kodani-san talk about the same similar things, like when I have lectures in the school, so they have lots of questions. I think one of the thing is they wanna be get a great score. So they really they study very hard. So because I wanna go through the very thick book for 10 weeks, Monday for Friday, so 1 hour every day. So even teacher is really hard to teach. but students really want to kind of struggle, but they really want to get the grade score. So I think it's that passion is also a little bit different, probably compared to like English American university and probably in Japanese university as well. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit situations a little bit different. But in terms of the questions, I always get a lots of questions after I give a talk in the US.
Yeah, I think a couple interesting things came up, like perhaps, like cultural background of fear to make mistake, to be embarrassed. And that's very strong in Japanese culture. But I think it's okay to be wrong or discuss. And then if you correct how your thinking is changing, I think embarrassment exists even in Western culture too, but embarrassment is a strong force to change oneself. Oh my God, I don't want to be embarrassed again. So one studies harder or one thinks harder. But I think this, this not making mistake is the goal, but finding, better and reaching some higher level of understanding. And part of that process involves making mistakes is the way I think many top researchers think. Some of the top researchers have changed their theories and hypotheses over the course of career. They're not shy about, hey, I was wrong, and change and publish again. Could be a good strategy. You publish one thing and publish, oh, I was wrong. This is better answer. But anyway, Ogaki-san, I'm sorry I made you wait. So I think then after that,
Kotari-san said most of the things I wanted to say about AI, but AI is very powerful and it can be very dangerous. I think AI could actually promote suicide and so on. So we should be very, very careful, and the negative side is huge. But at the same time, just as Jenkins-san's talk, the positive side is so huge. So if we somehow educate, maybe even from elementary school, how to use AI to think, we can go to the positive side. So one good example is Japanese chess. Japanese chess is so much more complicated than Western chess that computer was able to beat grandmaster, grand champion in the 20th century, I think. But it took so many years after that for AI. Computer was not enough. The AI was able to beat a Japanese champion. And many Japanese chess fans like us were thinking maybe we would lose interest in this Japanese chess after the AI beats our champion. But turns out that was not true at all. And we see like a really great champion now is using AI a lot and shows a lot of very deep creativity and thinking. So it's not like AI replaced thinking, but it actually enhanced his thinking. And through that, many professional Japanese chess players actually got better, probably. I'm not good, so I cannot, but I can see some really like a effect of raising the quality of the game so much by AI. So it's exciting for Japanese chess fan, and also shows that one good example that AI can be our friend rather than our enemy. For the education side, about the group discussion, the fact that at least university Japanese students are so shy, I think one solution is to make small groups. Mm-hmm. They are shy when there are like 10 people. But if it's like five people, they speak up. So I try to make small groups and then make, and also leadership is very important. So I always say one person needs to be the leader, but instead of becoming like a top-down leader, become a servant leader. This idea is that the leader is a servant and helps the other members to achieve the mission of the group. And so if one person starts to dominate, tell this person stop in 1 minute and so on. So servant leadership is very good for small groups. And then I say servant leader doesn't have to present, but servant leader has to facilitate the group so that the presenter is chosen. And the presenter is usually, since representing the group, the presenter can be very active in speaking up. So there are many, Japanese culture is not so good for big group. There may be a way to do this, but building up from small groups may be a very, very effective way.
Very good comment. There may be culturally, adaptable way for group work to promote creativity. Very good comments. Jenkins-san, thank you for waiting, please.
There's an idea that's come up several times now, which is about fear of failure and losing face. We don't want to make mistakes in public and that sort of thing. I wonder if we are part of the problem by hiding our failures when we discuss our careers and present ourselves publicly. Is there room for us to normalize failure so that people can see, if you inhale, you have to exhale. If you're awake, you have to sleep. If you want to try something worthwhile, you have to be prepared for it to fail. I'm very grateful for my career. I consider it a success for me. So failures left, right, and center. Just last week, I had a grant rejected, and I failed to get a PhD student I was hoping would come and join me. But my own feeling is if I was not prepared to do things that could fail, I would not have done anything that has seemed worthwhile to me.
Very good. Panelists are nodding, yes. So role models means that we are open and we are more willing to share that, yes, it's okay to stop, go off the rail, fail, but that's not the end of the world, right? So we all have gone through some rough time, not just professionally, but in our life and career too. Trying to develop professional career and personal goals is sometimes difficult. So I would like to move to the second group of topic with that, wording. Oh, okay, please, I'm sorry. One question on this topic, I guess, creativity. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Yes, inspired by the panel discussion, I want to admit something. I failed to become a scientist. I succeeded in becoming a diplomat, an education and science counselor at the Dutch embassy. My name is Sebastian den Bak. Very nice to be here. There is a famous Dutch philosopher and also a football player who is called Johan Cruyff. And maybe Japan and Japanese education system could take away something from his famous quote. And he said, "I have no single fear to make mistakes." And that was his way also on the football pitch, where you make mistake all the time. And also myself now living in Japan for 1.5 years, learning Japanese. I mean, without making mistakes, you cannot learn a language. You have to be open to make mistake and to fail. There was I want to ask something to the panel too. There is a famous quote that not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. That's a quote I was thinking about listening to Professor Jenkins. And I was wondering if the panel can reflect on the idea, how can we reduce in academia, that we want to count everything, that we want to test everything, and leave more time in the system for creativity and innovation to flourish. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments? Yes, Ogaki-san.
Okay, one good way, I think, is to emphasize more about qualitative research method, especially the qualitative research method which relies on stories. So in science, we tend to value quantitative research so much, and maybe it's a sound thing, but when we think about the I think there are only two ways to explore the truth. One is stories, and the other is counting. So if we, whenever we do quantitative research, we need to provide some stories, why this happened and so on. But when some people start to do like qualitative research of interviews, and there's only one person who got interviewed, and we say, oh, this is just one person. There's no scientific power on this. But when we think about it, if stories are powerful for exploring the truth, even from one person's stories, there may be some generalizable story in the sense that if the story is convincing, that has some generality, and we always can generate a hypothesis from a story and do quantitative research later. But for example, in one of my collaborator in psychology does mainly do this qualitative research, and he's always struggling to argue that this is worthwhile. He's a professor at Kyoto University, so he's been recognized, but still he has to defend his method all the time. I think we should be more open to this kind of idea that qualitative research can contribute to science.
Qualitative research, also the power of narrative to our mind, stories and narratives rather than the numerical weight of evidence, I guess. Yes, Kotani-san.
I think it depends on the research assessment. So all the research I would like to have a very deep and fundamental question and result, and so you don't want to jump into the experiment which you can do if you have time and money. All the research I would like to do something very original, but on the other hand, you are requested to write a paper in high-impact journals, especially for young early career researcher, and so quality and quantity are always kind of versus relations. But if we, those people who do research assessment or the recruiting, be more patient and to really look into the quality, then it really changed the research quality and also motivation of young research, and that will be much more fun. Yeah.
I do think in secure employment, for the younger researcher that I asked, is often hear about they have to switch the institution, like 3 years to get the tenure or something like that. So like for research takes a long time, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. So if they switch often for the institutions, so I think it's not the good thing. I don't, it's not good. It's maybe they have to do some reasons, but it's like maybe some like fellowships or maybe grants or support for a longer term, for like more secure employment that may help for them to build the better science, I think.
Thank you. Okay, Jenkins-san, one more comment.
Yeah, so not everything that's worthwhile counts, and not everything that's counted is worthwhile. Did I get that roughly right? So my mind goes to assessment, and like how do we kind of tell when someone is making good progress? I mean, I just wonder if this problem is about to be made irrelevant for us. We maybe, after all these years, we'll end up not having to solve it. The idea of AI has come up a number of times in this discussion. Boy, it's getting really difficult to come up with assessments that cannot be dealt with better by an AI system than by a good student, or increasingly a good professor. So I think we're going to be forced to revisit this, and in, I suspect, a fundamental way, not tweaking, well, maybe multiple choice instead of short answer questions. But I think there's some sort of reckoning in education due. It's very difficult to foresee the shape that it will take, but I'm certainly glad that you're thinking about it.
Thank you very much. And I would like, we can come back to this topic before the end of our panel, but I'd like to start addressing some questions. By the way, there are a couple of questions online, which I hope to be able to address later. One is trust in science. How do the general public, actually trust science that seems to be so difficult to believe, and how the scientist, professional research scientists, should be contributing to elementary school, scientific education too. These, rather than talking now, I would like to bring, when we try to summarize in terms of some of the recommendation and some good examples, what we should be doing to promote the, career development, young researcher, and the international brain circulation later. So now I want to start us to be discussing about some of the obstacles that might be stopping potential careers of some young, excellent, talented researchers. So I think the presentations earlier today mentioned the problem of limited funding, and then certain life events like having families, getting married and having families, and then also some of the challenges of not having enough number of role models, especially critical for women in Japan, and lack of financial support. So these are definitely obstacles to career path of young researchers. So I would like the panelists to comment after having had a chance to listen to the excellent lectures and presentations. What do you want to bring to the table? All of these are important, but I would like you to comment if there is anything you'd like to add to the obstacles that we may be able to potentially do something about, hopefully. Jenkins-san, you want to speak? Looks like. Go ahead.
One concrete suggestion I would like to make is based on conversations I've had with Japanese students in our department. I get the impression that one of the deterrents that can prevent an early career researcher or a student in Japan from venturing overseas is worry that they will be culturally very isolated, because maybe they'll be the only Japanese student in this course. And they're right, of course, that there are substantial cultural differences, and it can be quite a shock. And there's a strange selection effect. Someone who is in that frame of mind, well, maybe I'm curious about studying overseas. By definition, they will be surrounded by advisors here who were not in that frame of mind and did not choose to go overseas, because that's why they're here. And the very people they could most benefit from speaking to are the people who have the same ideas, and they're not here anymore because they've gone overseas. And so one way to tackle this, I think, would be to develop a register of Japanese researchers overseas who can volunteer to have their contact details and a short bio made available on some central repository, so that someone here can look up, maybe search by field or by geographical area or by year of graduation and find, there is someone in California or Netherlands or wherever, and they actually have some experience in my topic, and because they're Japanese, I know I can reach out to them and they can tell me what it's like and what their experience is and the pros and cons. We actually have a system like this that's very local to our university, where our students can get in contact with alumni who were at the University of York some time ago. And so they can reach out to those volunteers to get career advice or maybe a bit of networking help, that sort of thing. And I think it works, and I think it could be beneficial in this situation.
Yeah, very interesting. Then Kotani-san, please add to that.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the motivation to have a PI map. And so I didn't have enough time to explain the detail, but MOFA, Minister of Foreign Affairs, collaborating with embassy in many countries, try to make a PI map. But there are so many Japanese researchers who are really actively working in the other countries, and they have they can explain their motivation. And if somebody in Japan would like to go to California in some field, but the afraid of losing contact and also exposed to a different culture, they could just reach out this PI in the map and ask the guidance and the discussion. That is one of the motivation. Of course, the PI map have many more the motivation and objective that, for example, if you want to do some collaborative work to apply for grant, exchange grant, you can reach out those people who are abroad. And also, if you're a professor and want to dispatch your student to some countries, then you can reach out this PI. And so the PI map should be very beneficial. And also among in that country, researchers do not know each other, and so you can find a researcher in your country. So that will be beneficial and work for that purpose as well.
I often give a talk in Japanese university, and there are lots of college students in the audience. And then when I have to talk about like for future plans, for example, so they will usually tell me about they really want to go to abroad. So it's really, really like interesting that they really want to go to abroad. And I said like, why don't you go? And they said, oh, because I don't have money. And that's I understand that. But the other thing is I don't, it's harder to, so the other thing is like usually people said, oh, because I have a boyfriend or I have a girlfriend, so they have been working in Japan. And if I go to abroad myself, I don't know what I want to do. So I don't have any answer to that question, but so that's why I talk about like dual career issues, dual career program, for example. If some mechanisms like which promote them to stay in the same area, whatever, that might help for them to stay in the science for a long time. So that's I really, really want to hopefully proceed that kind of questions.
Thank you very much. I think let me talk a little bit about when I was young, back in 1984, when I started to be a master's level student at the University of Illinois. I observed yes, Japanese students are minority, and we became rather independent, mixing into not necessarily spending a lot of time with other Japanese students, but sort of melt into the matrix of Americans, while Chinese and Korean students tend to be always eating together at the dining hall table, etc. So there are some differences in mentality, but as Jenkinson said, there may be pre-selection of risk-taking personalities that tend to jump into the big ocean. Some of us are willing to take risks and less afraid, but not all of the talented people are similarly sort of reckless risk takers. Then, so I think also when I eventually became a faculty member at the University of Florida, I wasn't willing to advise students from Japan. In retrospect, I kind of feel bad about it, but it's because I myself was willing to jump into the big ocean as a little fish to bigger fish. So I was, okay, if you're going to study abroad, why not look for a non-Japanese advisor? That was kind of hard-nosed attitude that I had. I a little bit regret that now. So I hope the PI MAP project would be willing to support more diverse, people in terms of psychological background as well. So I feel bad about how hard-nosed I was once upon a time when I was young, but also I think at the same time, I think some of the constraints come from not just one's psychology, but family, society, who really try to keep young people from taking risks, advise against risks. So I don't know if there are some things. So I think, yes, we may have stumbled from time to time, but eventually somehow succeeded overall. But how do we actually sell the whole package? So it's not just we can completely avoid any mistake or any risk. Risks are there when it comes to international brain circulation. But I think how do we encourage people, despite the funding limitation, despite family issued life events, it's trade-off, right? So what do you think, how can we actually make people feel it's okay, it will work out eventually? Irresponsibly, maybe. Jenkinson?
I'm so glad you said trade-off, because if there's one phrase I wish we could abolish from these conversations, it's work-life balance. Mm-hmm. I think this is a terrible misselling. It's work-life trade-off. The balance phrase kind of carries this implication that there's a sweet spot where professional life is perfect and your home life is perfect. And if that's not what you're experiencing, maybe you're inadequate. There's nothing wrong with you. And compassion is the right response.
I think it's probably for the scientists, it's not the dream job in the younger people anymore. So, because I think it's like the postdoc program or something is really released in the mass communication for a while ago. So if the scientist or professor, whatever is the dream job for them, for the younger students, and then they will promote to be a scientist, I think. For example, in my school, we do have lots of applications from China for the science exchange program. So just only for 10 weeks exchange programs, there are lots of applications from China. But in Japan, there's nothing. So yeah, I think it's maybe we can try to promote maybe how much science is very interesting to the younger students. Maybe like I think someone told about like televisions, like for what is the benefit for the scientists. Like when I was the apply for the university, the biology was very, very cool stuff. So that's why like many students really want to do some bioscience or whatever. But this is because mostly it's from the, I think it's from the televisions. So like, you know, like maybe movie or whatever. So they say like so cool things, maybe what about DNA, whatever, that kind of stuff. But now they don't have any that kind of stuff probably. And they might think about like scientists is not really good occupations because they're hard and they don't have any like great things or whatever. So I think it's like we probably want to promote science is probably promote for the younger people to think that science is good, I think.
Please, Kotani-san.
Of course, the life and work balance or life and work trade-off and family matter are quite serious and very difficult problem, and there was no answer, perfect answer to that, especially for early career researcher. The time when you would like to have a family and when you really have to produce as many papers as possible, it's really simultaneously, it's really a tough challenge for early career research. And of course, university and all the senior professor try to help the early career researcher, but there's no perfect answer. But one hint was given by the presenter just before me, and she compared the hiring process of OIST and Japan, usual Japan. And in Japan, it's very rigid, and there is only one career path. And if you don't follow that one career path, you just stop and never come back. But on the other hand, there are many career paths, and you can choose. And even if you don't want to stay on that career path, you can change. But still, you have a lot of opportunity and chance. And so there are kind of room of negotiation and choice, variety of choices of your life and work balance. So I think we should be more flexible and to discuss the negotiation. So it's a kind of a flexibility or the choice of diversity, accept diversity and inclusion really means that that kind of a different type of career and thought and value of certain things. This kind of flexibility is really needed. So Japan has been a monotone country. All the people are educated in the same way and think about same career path and a certain age. And so this we are used to, but we cannot survive in this way. And so that's the time to accept a more diverse way.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, Ogaki-san, please.
Okay, so one question from the, I think the internet was trusting science, and Hamada-san said we should show how science is good. I do research in trust, and when we think about trust in science, I think our initial reaction is we want to show only the good side of the science, how perfect we do science and how much we know, and science is just absolutely right. And that seems to be one way to trust, and that will backfire, unfortunately, because science is not perfect, because nature is so complicated. We do good work, I think, but we are not perfect. And I think just like AI versus Japanese chess players, that we now understand that the Japanese champion is not perfect. He can be easily beaten by AI, but we still respect him so much. just as the 100-meter runner may be beaten by supercars, but we still respect 100-meter runners so fast when they endeavor so much. We have the ability to look into this progress and efforts we are making. So instead of showing our some kind of goodness, I think it's good to show failures we have and how we persevered our failures and how we are making progress. I think we'll never reach the absolute completeness even in science, but we know how to make progress by standing on the shoulder, and that's so it's fun because making efforts is so much fun, and if we really sincerely do this, I think we should show that part, and trust between people are often that way. Some people want to just show the perfect side, and everyone knows that no one's perfect. So that will backfire at some point. I think if we want to have true trust in science, I think we should show our failures too. So that's.
Yes, I think sometimes it shouldn't be failure. Maybe it's adjustment of the goals. So like this is Anna's presentation, like, okay, this is the then you say, okay, I'm not going to follow this path, but I'm going to readjust my goals, which could be not just career, a lifetime goal, and life event goals. So, I mean, I'm glad that you like the word trade-offs. So trade-offs are something we continuously evaluate and think what are the best alternative, and that's important for trying to go over obstacles. But I think something like the challenge of the weak yen is a real challenge, and I think there may be certain practical way to address that. So I'd like to move to the topic of, okay, so how do we actually go around the problems, which could be like a weak yen issue, could be adjustment of fellowship stipend, depending on the, on the sliding scale, if possible. I'm also concerned in terms of trade-off, the number of doctoral students and people who get fellowship versus the quality of these people and their success. Is there any potential trade-offs? So with that kind of trade-offs in mind, I would like to move to the third range of topic, which address some examples of good attempts to stimulate international brain circulation and career development. And so, for example, there is a question from the general public before the meeting. So the Japanese government is currently, trying to recruit overseas researchers. There have been some programs, especially, with some unstable international funding situation in the US and Europe, and there is some competition of trying to recruit excellent overseas researchers. Has it been successful, or there may be some cultural or barriers? I think excellent overseas researchers also have families overseas too, who may not be able to uproot and relocate to Japan. So some of the programs, I think there is this specific question about this invitation programs, but then Kotani-san mentioned the PI map. But then there are more general issues about what is a good target age group to start having international exposure. Like Fukami-san mentioned, one should even start with high school students, so that there may be more sort of international views. On the other hand, the question from one of the audience is, oh, once I asked a young person, why don't you go abroad? And this young person answered, hey, why do you old people tell me that you made this Japan as a comfortable and rich country? Why do I bother to go abroad? Why do I have to take risk? So I think how do we actually create a program to actually see beyond that personal happiness sphere, that there is a indeed bigger reward for becoming internationally active? Go ahead, Hamada-san.
I think the biggest problem for the younger people do not want to go to abroad because they think once they get there, they can come back. So I think is there any program or whatever to have them to come back to Japan's? It's otherwise it's really hard for them to promote to go to abroad. So like for example, my lab, their postdoc, he really wants to go back, but they don't have any positions here. So that's why they stay for long time in the US. And eventually he came back to Japan, but he ended up to give up the academia. So he was really great scientist, but he basically don't have any opportunity. So I think it's one of the biggest the system for the government that they have. I think it's maybe they do have used that system to brought the great scientists in the foreign, located. Maybe they use that system to come back to Japan to start the new lab or something. That will really help because there are lots of people in the foreign. They really want to come back to the Japan, but they can't just because they don't have any positions.
Excellent. I had to wait 29 years before I came back. Because when I decided to stay for PhD, I knew there wouldn't be any position. There is no advisor to tell me, oh, here is a junior entry-level position back in Japan. So I was lucky to be able to become full professor in the US, and then time changed in 29 years, and I could apply as one of the open search applicants. But I don't want the young people to do that because in China, Korea, Southeast Asia, people who studied in the US and Europe, they are almost guaranteed to have position if they do well as a doctoral student. And Japan never had it for 50 years almost. So any follow-up comment, this is something I feel personally, it's important as well. And I think Tatsumi-san's presentation, she was fortunate to be able to secure a position partly because of her effort for 5 years overseas. But the OIST is one such small place that might be willing to take these people. Can we have more opportunities for excellent Japanese young researchers overseas? Any thoughts, Kotani-san?
So OIST is one of the success model, and also WPI centers another program which show if you provide some kind of environment, it attracts people from abroad, maybe Japanese, non-Japanese, so it doesn't matter, but Japan still has some attraction, although the yen is very weak and we cannot provide a perfect environment, but still there are. And also Tohoku University was very honored to be selected as the first University of International Research Excellence. We have money to hire people. And then the president Tominaga of Tohoku University announced that Tohoku University will recruit 500 researchers from abroad. And actually he had some kind of plan. The first year, this number, the second year, next. But then the first year, there are much more applicant, very excellent applicant. And so he he cannot decline all the applications, which are very good. And so he had to decide more than one half number than they planned. And so there's some attractions to Japan, some attraction. And so it's really a matter of system. And although from Hamada-san, I heard there are so many people who want to go abroad to come back to Japan, but no financial support. But actually, there are several such kind of financial support, but somehow those information do not reach to those people who really want to have. And it's very difficult, even within the university. The information always there, but when you are not interested, you don't really listen to the information. It's just the information that go away. Sorry. Yeah, and so it's very difficult to convey or connect this information to those people who really need. And so we would like to have some kind of a good platform to provide that information.
So is it age limited? So that's also the problem for them because they usually stay for longer in the US. And it's like, for example, after getting PhD, it's like about 27 years old. And then usually for the advertisement is maybe 35 years, less than 35 years or something. So which means they stay in 8 years in the US and it's already not qualified. So I think if it has some age limited, then that's going to be a lot of problem for them.
This age limitation or age restriction is a big issue in Japan. As I said, there should be much more diverse career paths, and if you just set the age as a limitation or restriction, that you just cannot take this kind of the adventure to take off the assumed pathway, and so age limitation should be more flexible. But on the other hand, when you hire a faculty member, that's a retiring age in Japan. It's one of the reason why we have to set the age limitation. But I think we should really think about a more flexible way. It's always discussion because, of course, we would like to have more and more financial support, but the resource is limited. But so we cannot do everything. But just a system. If you can change the system, we can get more opportunity and more people who are talented. This doesn't cost, and so we should really think about the system and also how you connect the information to those people who need.
Can I say one comment? In the US, we are not really allowed to say or ask the age. So when the apply for the employment or so we need to like ask or like something. Well, also family we can ask.
Interesting. Japan loves age discrimination. I think we can do something about it. Jenkins-san, anything about this, or it's different?
Related, but not on the topic of age. It's expensive to fund these overseas programs and fellowships, and even so, it can be difficult to make ends meet, depending on the relative state of the economies in the two countries. I haven't thought this through, but is it valuable to think in terms of bilateral exchange instead of sending someone in one direction, because then there's no net change in the number of people in either country, and so I might need an economist to check these sums, but it seems to me that it should be the same as if neither person moved.
Well, thank you for bringing bilateral exchange, because a couple of questions from the audience before the symposium started was, how about the sabbatical support for mid-career researchers? And that could be important part of brain circulation. I feel like mid-career researchers are kind of squeezed. They really would like to be able to have postdocs like Hamada-san's doing in the UC Davis, but mid-career researchers' typical grant support level is not enough to hire postdoc. So that means young researchers are not having opportunities to get mentorship and collaboration. So mid-career researchers support, including sabbatical and potential, postdoc mentorship program kind of thing, just an idea. And also, I think some of the audience are people working in small colleges too, who really want to, uncover some talent, not just the biggest excellent universities, top universities have talented young people. So I wonder if you also have some suggestions to educators who are really committed to work on the ground to encourage talented young people. So these two things. So I think we have 25 minutes to wrap up. So I would like all of you to think anything to add to what we already discussed, but also in addition to just students and young people, postdocs, I would like you to think the whole system, including mid-career research, what Jenkinson just said, some new ideas like bilateral exchange, not just invitation. And how about the people who are committed to education at small colleges? These are some of the foods for thought. You don't have to address all of them, but I would like to start with Kotani-san and then Jenkins-san and Hamada-san and Ogaki-san. Why this order? I try to exchange, gender mix too. So Kotani-san, would you be able to? Any comments, any thoughts? Because I'm trying to wrap up this, session in 25 minutes.
So since I'm working for Minister of Foreign Affairs and also I'm Executive Vice President of Tohoku University, I have noticed there are many supporting the program which are not undiscovered. And so, of course, we cannot cover everything, but still there are many programs which you can use and how we can really share the system so that you can use. Because, for example, I just mentioned about one program. I don't want to tell what it is, but there are programs which send Japanese young researchers to go abroad. But there are very few applications from Japan. And so, although you said there are many people who would like to go abroad, but those information do not reach to them. And so it's one of my responsibility as my role. Should really make some kind of a platform or the way how we can share those information to those people who would like to, and both sides, people from on abroad who would like to come back or collaborate with Japanese researcher, Japanese research institute, or Japanese people who would like to go abroad to make their career path. So this is very important.
Yeah, just in response to your comment, JSPS, San Francisco office, is leading a sort of networking called JUNBA, J-U-N-B-A, Japan universities across North America, and I attend the monthly meeting. And so they are the private universities and public universities who have some North American office or education program, and we do exchange programs. And so there may be, we do share a lot of challenges in running student visiting overseas. But I think that kind of, networking to share problems, trying to come up with some common, some solutions. So there are many potential, like we're trying to address some of the issues we talked. And so I appreciate JSPS and Next and JST to be trying to, use this kind of information exchange too. Thank you, and thank you for waiting. Hamada-san, please. I guess I said Jenkins-san in terms of order. Women, men.
I don't think I do have anything substantial to add, other than to say I really found this meeting very impressive and very useful, and so many key topics have been raised. Some really great questions as well. My feeling is that this meeting has got to the heart of the matter in many ways, and I hope that's the view of the others involved and the organizers too. I guess one more thing is, if there are any questions that individuals would like to ask, I just wanted to make it clear that I'm open to all of them, and if someone wants to find me afterwards, then I'm happy to speak to anyone at any time on any topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the offer. And Hamada-san?
Thank you very much as well. So I think it's one of the questions about elementary school science. So my son is 6 years greater. So they go to school, of course, in the US, but they also come to Japan to go to the elementary school for only 1 month or like over 1 month. So I asked them, like, which is a good country to learn science or other stuff. So they always say, like, Japan is better. So I think it's the elementary school education it's good. It's not really like bad or whatever. So I think it's somehow like some things happen after maybe high schools or whatever. So I think it's like, since I told you, I think it's really good, important things to motivate for high school students or college students to go abroad to support more. So that will help them to maybe like for the beautiful, for like future science in Japan, I think. And then the other topic about the mid-career supports. So in the US, it also has a problem for the mid-career peoples, because if they are not really successful as a young scientist, they won't be able to survive. So like, for example, like what they're gonna do is they're gonna move to the like university. It's like more like research university or something. But they do have some system for the grants, which only help for the university, which is not really super super good for the research. So for example, like very, very small country, but they can do, like, some people want to do some science, and grant, the government will help. It's also like competitions. So it's lots of competition in the US as well. It's like science is always like that. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Ogaki-san?
Okay, one thing I want to emphasize, the structural problem of Japan and many other countries is low fertility and aging. Because of that, for one thing, the government will not have lots of money, because low fertility means that the working age population gets lower and lower in fraction and even in absolute number. So taxes collection will be a problem, and Japan is going really fast in this direction. So that means weak yen, because in economics, this when the government gets less and less trusted by having a huge national debt, and on top of that, we have this. In these days, we have this populism aspect that many people want to vote for lower tax rates and not for responsible government budget. So unfortunately, this weak yen is a big issue. On top of that, because of this structural trend, I think many of the values and ethics will change about work-life balance and so on, because we really need women to actively participate in many aspects. So, so these are long-run structural problems. So one thing, I think we need to make a decision that for government money for going abroad for young researchers, we really need to emphasize the quality from now on, because we don't have enough money to increase the number, and because of weak yen, the fixed Japanese yen budget will not be enough, just as Tatsumi-san said, and because of the work-life balance issues or trade-off issues, I think it's much better if these fundings can also help people with families. If they are going out with families, if we can provide more, or like children, if they have children, if the government can provide more money. But this means a less number. And if the Japanese government is going after the number, we will not have results. I think we really need to shift to the quality and the long-run evaluation. In the short run, it's easy to say, oh, we have increased the number. But we need, for the quality, we really need to wait for the long run. These researchers go abroad and become a really superstar, but that's long run. And we need to evaluate the quality when we give money, but we need to be willing to wait for the long run to show the results in easy to see ways for many people. If we don't do that, I think we will have problems. And also for the cultural effects, since culture about work-life trade-off is changing very rapidly, I think we should regularly collect data about how our thinking and values and are changing, and then actively publish that in an easy way for the public to see. This is in behavioral economics, that's my field, is called nudge. Nudge is to, in this example, people, especially Japanese people, are very careful about looking at norms. Norms are what other people in the society think that these are good, or these are what they do. These are norms. But when things are changing very rapidly, norms should change rapidly, but people don't see the changes. So the government can collect lots of information about these norms and values, how these are changing, and make these norm in very good way. I think communication to the public is very important. So nudge is to basically affect norms in a way that we have goals. So this is called, in philosophical, this is called libertarian paternalism. Economists usually do not, especially Chicago economists, do not like paternalism at all. We actually, I'm from Chicago, and many of us hate this paternalism. But Richard Thaler, who is in Chicago, came up with this libertarian paternalism. As long as we have goals, and if many people think these goals are good, at least we should try to promote the goals. For example, by publishing the data of values and ethics we are changing, that are changing, but we don't force people to change their values and ethics. So then it should be okay even for libertarians. So this is called libertarian patternism, and that's behind this nudge way of affecting people's goals and norms. And I think the Japanese government has already started to use this, but maybe especially in this field of work-life trade-off, we should, the government can use it even more and also promote research like that. Okay,
Yes.
that's all.
Thank you very much. Very important point. Japanese culture's tendency is to create boxes or the norms and rules and try to fit everyone into that. That's why the age issue, age limitation issue, that's why it's sometimes very difficult. So how can we, have introduce flexibility? It's a major challenge, but nothing is impossible. So we have just about 10 minutes, and so rather than opening, question from the audience, I would like to ask the two plenary speakers in the morning if you want to comment, because you gave talks and you have had a chance to listen to other people talk. So, Will, please, first. Microphone. Sorry, I didn't want to the support team who has been doing excellent work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so first of all, a big thank you to all the panel members and also you as a moderator. Very, very nice. And indeed, I agree with Rob that I think we're getting to the heart of things here. I've one question and maybe one story I want to share. Let me start with maybe the story. So one thing that worked, I think, very nicely is role models already at high school, at secondary school. I think many of us recognize this. Well, in my case, it was like crazy physics teachers or math teachers that they really say, oh, wow, this is cool. I wish I could be like him or her or so. And I had a privilege to be in a guest family in southern Germany back in 1992. And fate wanted it that this was the father in that family was a physics teacher, but not just a physics teacher, actually very, very enthusiastic. So in his free time after school hours, he organized special labs and prep school, voluntary prep school for preparing these German students to prepare for physics Olympiads and things like this. And now he just celebrated his, I think, 76th birthday. And just before coming to this meeting, he sent me an email. He said, I read this article about batteries. I want to do this in my lab with the students because he is still together with his wife in weekends and during his free time, he is educating these students and really make them enthusiastic, showing it's fun and also having this creative thing. So not just having the physics textbook or so and say, okay, today we do chapter 1 from section blah, 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 but really look for problems, exciting things, batteries, whatever is hot. I think that's really exciting. And of course, there are not many of these people, and you cannot force people to do this in the free time. But what they did in Germany is they had a prize for that. And I went to this prize award ceremony where he was really honored for being such a stimulating and exciting physics teacher. So this was actually named after a German Nobel Prize winner who was in one of my slides, if you looked very carefully. So that doesn't matter. The point is honoring these also high school teachers who go just an extra step or two to do these amazing things. So that's my little story I wanted to share, and I hope now I still remember my question. Yes, I do. The question is, how can you explain that where indeed in other neighboring Asian countries, it's so much appreciated if people go abroad and they come back and they are celebrated, and as I don't remember exactly who that said, but that indeed you have a kind of guaranteed soft landing back in your own country, and often you are pampered actually with huge grants and so on. And in Japan, it's far from that, right? And I spoke with a Japanese, very bright young scientist. I think he's now in Riken, but I will not disclose his name because he said, well, when I go back to Japan, I think they will think that I'm kind of wasted in the US or so. So I am kind of not fitting in the picture. So he was really afraid not to fit in anymore. So could one of you, more of you, maybe comment on that? What is it that makes that contrast so sharp?
I would, rather than trying to answer, maybe this can be an open question. And I would like Fukami-san to, give some of your thoughts to add to. I'm sorry, it's because of the time. I do like Fukami-san to have a chance to make comments. And then maybe it's an open question that we may not have answered anyway. And Fukami-san, any thoughts from listening and attending the afternoon session?
Thank you for asking me. I've been learning a lot by listening, and so thank you for all of your interesting, helpful thoughts. And I think one of the things that I thought was particularly important was what you said, Kitajima-san, about the learning about being in a different culture helps us understand our own culture, like assumptions that we didn't really realize. And I think that's a good point. One of the important points that were made today. And then about getting back to what he was saying about the difference between Japan, Korea, for example, South Korea and China, and how it's so different. I wonder if that's kind of a historical effects that as ecologists, we talk about alternative stable states where depending on initial condition, you're stuck in one state, and then if you have a different initial state, you go to a different state, and that's what we study in ecology. And I think in the same way, because there are few people who been from Japan who go to different countries, we're kind of stuck because then we don't have enough role models. And so I wanted to ask everybody what you thought about that, and then how to break that cycle is one question. And one more thing I wanted to ask is young people, encouraging them to go abroad, the financial limitation is one, but it seems like there are lots of, even though we have fewer and fewer young people in this country, there are lots of people in this country. And I'm sure that if you reach out, there will be eventually a lot of high school students and undergraduate students who want to go. And so I wonder if it's just a matter of making more effort to reaching out and then encourage more young people to go abroad. Yeah, that was one question I had.
Thank you very much. Very good comment. And I think the key word is, I think information is a power, like Jenkins-san said, and then Kotani-san added so many, government programs that might contribute, and we often don't know many of these options as well. And so I think it's almost time to close, and I honestly think today's discussion has been very rich, very diverse, and I really appreciate all the speakers who put together a really excellent presentation that emphasize, and elaborate some of the issues, opportunities as well as challenges to international brain circulation, young people who would be willing to jump into the big sea, not to be afraid of little fish in the big ocean, so that one can become a bigger fish in the big ocean. Yes, Japan is doing pretty well in Olympic Games, There are a lot of people who want to compete in Olympics. Healthy level of competition is good in academia too. How do we encourage and have people have dream about scientific career? The ultimate gold medal may be Nobel Prize, but it's still fun without getting Nobel Prize to be competing in the international big ocean. That's my own take, and I'm glad the panelists and the two plenary speakers are nodding. So with that, I think the discussion will continue tomorrow, which will be emphasizing more of international brain circulation. We already dipped some into that topic, but thank you very much for audience who stayed till so late in the day. Thank you very much for all the speakers and panelists. Thank you very much for your frank and active discussion. I think this closes today's program, and we will continue tomorrow. Thank you very much.